Hello, everybody. Hello, Bandersnatch. Hello, Chessmaster. Hello, Sightkeeper. Yeah, let's see what auctions we got tonight. Decent little PS1 lot. It's got like 4 games you'd probably want. Sparrow Intelligent Cube, Wipeout, Grinch Darkstone, a couple of Need for Speed games. Reasonable shipping. It's gonna end in 30 seconds, so let's just see what this goes for. Hello, John. Hello, Lucas. Wow, that jumped up a lot. Now, I don't know about that price. That feels a little high to me. Hello, Kilgore. Had a good day. Hello, Tony Toast. Interesting. They gave Thumper a physical run. That game is okay. A little intense on like the motion though with VR on, for my taste. The only reason this is probably even going for a decent amount of money is because, well, it's got the SP, but it's got Pokemon Mystery Dungeon, Klonoa 2. Feels pricey still, but I guess the console and that Pokemon really help it. How dare you buy something other than games, honey squids? You know it's not allowed around here. You're not buying games. What are you doing? Congrats on the car, though. Hello, Caleb. Pretty clean box. I always liked Adventure. I played this a lot back in the day. It was one of the first RPGs I ever played where I like found a really good grinding spot and I just sat there killing enemies over and over and over and over to level up. That was when I got my first taste of grinding. Yeah, thank you, Dream. Thank you for the 55-month resub. That is true. You can always sell the card for games. Hello, Nick Kramer. I missed the Indie Direct. Was that today or something? The Pokemon Direct I saw, but personally I felt it was a little underwhelming outside of Winds and Waves. Have I seen lenticular copies of Resident Evil 2, 3, 4? I have not. So they made lenticular boxes for the new Resident Evil games? No, I haven't seen that. Kind of jealous. Thanks, Gabriel. Thank you for the 58-month resub. A few days ago. No, I definitely didn't see that. Am I looking forward to daylight savings? I don't look forward to the hour we're about to lose, because that goes into effect tonight. And I value my sleep. But change of daylight will be nice. I've heard they're doing a second Sonic X DC crossover series. Well, I've seen the figures and stuff in the store. Personally, I have no interest in DC. Like, I'm not a big superhero kind of person. So the Sonic crossover with DC stuff doesn't really interest me. But I think it is a cool crossover for people that like both of those things. Hello, GGS. Let me see. I think I had to resync kick with my... No, it's still not working. Let me see if I can refresh that. Yeah, it's still glitched. I don't know what it's doing. It's even showing Twitch is having nothing. Very odd. So I'll have to get rid of that. Hello, Virgilio. You could list him, Nick Rammer. It's fun. Did I finish the Pokemon stream? Leaf Green? No. I've just... Unfortunately, I'm still very busy with jury duty. I'm gonna be on my last week, though. So after this week, I'll have a lot more time to stream. I left off at Bill's house. That will definitely not be a fast playthrough. Thank you, Hi Thierry. Thank you for almost 5 years. One more to go. Appreciate that. Now Belisara is suddenly a $26 game on the DS. Are we serious? Okay. Is it because of that video that was made or something a couple weeks ago someone told me about? Why would this suddenly be an expensive game? Currently, I mean, as much as I want to play Pocopia, I just can't incorporate it right now, especially while I'm playing Leaf Green. I'm trying to take it one step at a time. I don't play visual novels on stream, very rarely. They're probably like the worst game you can possibly stream, so I don't typically stream them. Once in a while I'll do one of those really silly like FMB games that they come out with, but that's about it. I just love the fact that there are people now that show video games on a digital scale. I don't know what they're trying to accomplish with that. I guess it's like the shipping, but then their shipping is outrageous. They're charging $12 to ship a light, nearly hollow Switch case. Let's see what we got here. $73, $62 shipping. This is from Australia. It's a darn shame because it's a pretty good 360 lot. That's unfortunate. And apparently a lot of them are sealed. Military Appreciation Pack. Wow, I've never seen that before. I guess they just hooked you up with this if you were in the military. So all your military buddies can make fun of you for playing Cameo while they're playing Call of Duty. But we know the real ones are playing Cameo. Facebook Marketplace, I do not know. Yeah, those are the true American heroes, the ones playing Cameo. Flying around with her little fairy wings. Should get the Medal of Honor just for playing that. Thanks, Rapid Fire. Thank you for the 113 months. That's quite the lore there. Grape Coon. Honestly, a penguin called Grape sounds like the cutest thing. It went through. Your message is too long, this that cut off the dialogue midway. $83, $20 shipping. Ugh. That's a very underwhelming lot. Just goes to show you what people will pay for these kind of lots now, though. The biggest highlights here would be... I mean, I guess you can argue the first three rows are decent. So everything up here gets a little less exciting down here with all the sports. Warp Speed complete, Sonic 2. Sonic 2 complete is like 20-25 bucks. Miss Pac-Man. Same thing. A lot of these really cheap, once really cheap complete in box Genesis games are no longer dirt cheap. They're still cheap, but they're not dirt cheap anymore. I have not played Marathon. Currently, I have no plans to play it. Big the Cat is Aquaman. That's pretty fun. I wonder if they give him like, if they give Froggy a little costume. Padrino coming on through with 69 plus 45. 9.5 years, also known as 114 months. Tier 3, thanks Padrino. My favorite resub because it does the math for me. Did I ever get into Pokemon? Do I still play it? I was very into Pokemon when I was younger. There was a period where I definitely got out of it and was like pretty casual about it for the most part over the years. But I would say the past 2 or 3 years I've been into Pokemon the most that I've been since childhood. Just like everybody, right? Like everybody kind of got back into Pokemon during 2020 or so. Oh, why am I not seeing that pop up on my... that Twitch, the kick notification? Hold on. Oh, you know what? I probably have to resync this. Weird. Damn, I hope I don't miss anything on kick. But thank you as well. Thank you, Padrino, for the 2 months on kick as well. Padrino goes all in. The triple whammy. Thank you, Coopster. Thank you for the 40 months. I briefly got into Digimon, and very briefly Yu-Gi-Oh! Like, I dabbled in the 2 of those when I was younger, but none of them really held for me. I only tried Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I had a very boring lunch period in high school, and I had, like, just one friend in that lunch period, and he was into Yu-Gi-Oh! So I figured, let me buy some Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards so we can try playing during lunch. And that was about it. That's as far as it ever went. It never went much further than that. I sold all those Yu-Gi-Oh! Cards like over 20 years ago on eBay. Wasn't much. Digimon, I probably bought a few packs. Probably had them somewhere, maybe. Unless I sold those 2. You know what? I probably did. Probably got rid of those. If I sold my Pokemon cards, I almost certainly got rid of Digimon. There was a point where I was collecting CDs, like video game CDs, quite a bit, yeah. Especially when I went to Japan, I picked up a lot of Japanese CDs while I was there. I don't really collect the CDs anymore, though. Very rarely, very occasionally, I'll pick up a vinyl. But I do that very casually. I wouldn't consider myself, like, collecting them. Because that's a pretty dangerous hole to go into. Yeah, I hear the new Digimon game is pretty awesome. Forget the name of it. New Rave Racer album that came out. See, for me, I'd rather just listen to the music for that game while playing the game. Otherwise, I might get a little tired of it. So do you guys think the leaks on the new Mario game are real? I really hope they're not real. Because for one, I hate it when something like that gets leaked. But two, I think what's been leaked looks hideous. Yeah, I mean, I won't really get into it, but because I'm sure some people don't want to be spoiled on it. But supposedly, some things have leaked for the next Mario game. I'm not sure if I believe it, though. It does look fake and it looks dumb. So I really hope it's not real. Rogaz, hey, thank you so much. And thank you very much for the super chat. By the way, anytime you guys super chat on YouTube, if there is anything you want me to search on eBay, like gaming related, like a console, a game, term, yeah, you let me know. You can put it in the super chat message or just like type it in chat as well. Not necessary, it's optional, but it's just something you can do along with any super chat. Thank you again, appreciate it very much. I mean, do you guys want to see how silly the leak like looks? Let me see if I'll just find a random image on Google. Just turn your head away for a little bit. Hold on. I'll tell you when I'm putting it up. Alright, I'm just going to show you one image, okay? Okay, maybe two images. So this is apparently... Alright, in 3, 2, 1. Let me hide my webcam real quick because it's blocking. I think it looks dumb as hell. I really hope that's not the next Mario game. Look at this. Please, no. So, yeah, alright. We're going back to eBay, so you're free to look again. Yeah, I hope so. AI proved it was fake. Oh, thank God. I really hope so. I think it looks terrible. Hey, what's up, Johnny? See, and you know it's the real Johnny because the super chat came through in Canadian. Good to see you. Don't you love that we got to use AI to figure out if something is AI. Isn't that crazy? I really don't want the next Mario game to look like that. I want something more, like, less gimmicky. I want something that looks like a nice traditional 3D Mario game. It's actually a pretty nice PS5 lot. Hold up. Ghosts of Tsushima? Rare limited edition? Where the hell can you get this copy? The director's cut. Oh, you know, I never played Ghosts of Tsushima. May have to change that. On the complete opposite end of the spectrum, we also have Forspoken and Armored Core 6. And Stellar Blade. All right, we better be careful with these other ones. You never know. Showed it to your son. He said it looks so AI and hates it. That's why I'm a little worried in case it's not AI. It's actually a pretty nice copy of 3D Blast. Pretty nice. I remember being so thankful getting this game. I got this as a gift when I was younger, and this game was like $70 when it first came out. I never thought I'd get it because I normally didn't get $70 games. A lot of my Genesis games came from like bargain bins on clearance. That was probably the most expensive Genesis game I got back then. I'll put the link in chat for the seller for you guys. They seem to have some nice stuff, all auction, ending tonight. Good prices. Good pictures. I love a seller that has good pictures, starts everything at $1, all auctions. And shipping, they have built-in combined shipping. The shipping price is a little high, but they're probably shipping it in a box, I would imagine. Nice and, like, packaged. How does this disc not... Someone explained to me how you would put this in your PC. And this thing... No, there's no way. That thing would have to destroy your PC, right? Wouldn't this just, like, flop around and destroy your CD drive? I don't think I've ever seen a CD that looks like that. It's got to be a tray. Oh, gotta be on a tray. Oh, you'd have to put it on a tray, okay. Yeah, I didn't even know CD shaped like that were a thing. Appreciate it, Reg. It's still there. Just remember what I said, one day. the That's Hot copy of Rayman 3 will no longer be in our results. Which means either someone bid on it or they stopped listing it. I'll miss it. It's my new favorite box. I just love that it also comes in a hot orange plastic case. Have you seen the Riftbound League of Legends card game? Probably. I don't have any interest in that though. Favorite original Game Boy games? Trip World is definitely one of my favorites, if not my favorite. That game's really high up there. Original Kirby. It would probably be very close between original Kirby, original Red and Blue, Pokemon. Trip World would probably be like my top 3 contenders. Specifically probably Pokemon Yellow, since Yellow is essentially just like the improved version of Red and Blue. And see, there it is. I told you. It happened again tonight. Every eBay stream, I talk about something, and then a split second later, there it is. Every eBay stream. I've always liked Pokemon Gold and Silver. But I also like some weird little ones like Polaris Snowcross is a very fun racing game, mostly due to its music. Always really enjoyed that. Check that one out. It's super underrated, by the way, if you play Game Boy Color games. But I think it's hard to argue that Gold and Silver are not like probably the best Game Boy Color game that exists. If you're into Pokemon, that is. Huge Super Nintendo complete in box lot here. $621. Mega Man X Zelda. A couple Fatal Fury games, Draken. Outlander. Darius Twin, Eye of the Beholder. Baseball. It's a fairly underwhelming lot in terms of like most of these games are pretty common. Even games like Draken and Zelda and Mega Man X. Let's not kid ourselves here. Pretty common games. But this just shows you the power of Super Nintendo. Still $621. How's Metas doing in 2026? Oh, they're still struggling for sure. They thought it would be easy to resurrect it, but it's not. $562. For what? This looks like a terrible lot. This is definitely like a you have a game store and you want filler for your shelves lot. Who the heck is spending $600 on this? You know, most of these games are only worth a few bucks each, if that. I feel like they're getting ripped off. That's crazy. Don't forget, by the way, if you're coming in on the YouTube side, don't forget to leave a like. It helps a lot. Just lets people... It essentially helps recommend the stream to more people. Just lets them know that you're streaming. So likes go a long way. It's just nice that YouTube has an option of something like that, unlike the other platforms. Have I played any mystery dungeon games? I've played a handful. I used to be very into them when they first started hitting the West. First one I played was Shiren the Wanderer on DS. I think that was a lot of people's first exposure to that genre here. Unless you played some stuff on PS1 like Tarenko or Chocobo's Dungeon or something. Torneko. And then I played Azuna, which was not as good as Shiren the Wanderer. Mystery dungeon games were very uncommon here for a long time. Like, very niche genre of RPG. Now they're very prevalent. That's my preferred style of roguelike though, seriously. Like, mystery dungeon is fun. It's a very old school roguelike style. Total platform viewers is... I took it off because the kick viewers are glitched. It keeps showing as 0. Gotta fix it. What's the game to get into mystery dungeon type games? If you like Pokemon, you should try the mystery dungeon Pokemon games. Otherwise... I haven't played it, but I've heard very good things about it, and I forget the subtitle. But the latest Shiren the Wanderer that came out on the Switch is supposed to be a fantastic mystery dungeon game. If you're a Final Fantasy fan, you can try the various Chocobo's mystery dungeon games that have released over the years. Those are also pretty easy to get into. Yeah, there it is. See, Ostia came in just at the right time. I knew he would know the name. He reviewed the game after all. Shiren 6, the mystery dungeon of Serpent Coil Island. Can you blame me for not remembering the name of that one? I mean, come on. Hey, what's up, Rockstrap? Good to see you. Thanks for popping in. Yeah, this playlist has got some real chill songs. Yeah, it rolls right off the tongue. Do I collect anything on the Sega Genesis? Oh, I definitely do. I grew up on Sega Genesis. That was like my main platform when I was younger. I forget how many Genesis games I have. I did a collection overview of that a few years ago on YouTube. I can give you a rough estimate right now. Hold on, I just gotta do some quick math looking at the shelf here. I have somewhere around 300 complete in box Genesis games. But, you know, we're talking like my lifetime collection. Right? Like, I've had these Genesis games since I was literally like 6 years old. So... And then when my grandpa passed away, I inherited his Genesis collection. He had a lot of Genesis games. So... Still plugging away at Sonic Frontiers. Yeah, your stream of that made me realize that I really gotta give Frontiers another shot. Which, like, for those of you that don't remember, right, like, Sonic Frontiers, when it launched, was, like, the base game. It was, like, an unfinished game, pretty much. And then they released a patch a couple of months after it came out, or an update, that added, like, you can play as the other characters. There's this spin dash move that you can unlock at the end of the game if you do these, like, speed challenges throughout the playthrough. Sonic Frontiers is a much different game at this point. I gotta give it another shot. $64 PS2 games. And they use a picture like this. It's so unflattering. Let's see what they have in here, because it's $265 bid. They should have definitely used a cover photo that's a giant stack of games. You can list them, Nick Roman. You get a great deal listing at Magic Knight Rare Earth for $400. That's a very good deal for Magic Knight Rare Earth. That's like at minimum 50% off the price, because I think the cheapest you could possibly get that game for right now is like $800. So that's pretty good. This is a pricey lot. I don't think that's worth it. General best games to play first on the Saturn. I'll give you my holy trinity, as I like to call them. The 3 games that I bought a Saturn specifically to play. Nights into Dreams, Panzer Dragoon, and Sonic R. Can't go wrong with the 3 of those. And arguably those are still the best versions of the game. Because they definitely have that Saturn feel. Even though they've been ported elsewhere, or they have like remasters, the Saturn versions are still very solid. I'm not sure about why Mischief Makers would double in price, no. Guardian Heroes. It's been a very long time since I played Guardian Heroes. Yeah, it's generally a well-regarded game, worth playing. I'd also recommend that you play Astal. A-S-T-A-L. Great platformer. Mr. Bones, if you're in for a challenging minigame compilation. Saturn Bomberman is really well regarded, mostly because for the longest time that was like the only way to play, what was it, 8 or 12 players or something crazy multiplayer Bomberman. If you had the multi-taps. Let's do one more page. Yeah, I haven't had a chance to play Die Hard Arcade. There's also a lot of good imports on Saturn. Tons of wacky little games. Sadly, the prices on them now, though, are kind of crazy. Sonic 3D Blast on Saturn is very good because the music, I love the music. I actually really like what they did with the soundtrack in that version. I prefer it over the Genesis. Alright, not too many great auctions tonight. We'll check back in a couple hours. Well, they seem like all worthy inclusions for the Hall of Fame. FIFA International Soccer, that's an interesting inclusion. One, two, three, four, five, six, seven. It's actually a decent amount of NES games for $130. Very reasonable shipping. I'd say if you're collecting NES and you're looking to bulk up on, you know, common stuff, nothing crazy, it's reasonable. For NES standards these days. They definitely picked out the good stuff, though, to list separately. But I'll link you their store. Favorite carnival game? I'm not sure if I had a favorite carnival game, to be honest with you. I think I like the one where you use the water jet stream. And like you would hit the target and it would cause the little boats to like race or something. You're always disappointed with the lack of Breath of the Wild music compared to other games. I agree, yeah. I always prefer games to have more music than, like, environmental sounds, but Breath of the Wild had the atmosphere to match that sort of, like, just really minimalistic piano music. One of the few I've played where I feel like sometimes less is more in that game. Hello, Stepnick. You voted for Frogger. I would probably pick the one I would feel, not necessarily my favorite, but the one I would feel like should be nominated above all the others would probably be that's a tough choice. I would love to say Silent Hill, but I feel like Skyrim. I'd probably pick Skyrim. It's like, how do you compare something like Galaga to Skyrim, though, right? Like, it's just such a weird. How do you pick one over the other? They're just so different. Next Pokemon stream, hopefully soon. I still have grand jury duty for another week, so I can't guarantee anything until the end of the week. But then I'll be set free. I won't be playing Resident Evil 9 until October. I don't play horror games outside of my October streams. Which is fine, gives people plenty of time to play it, not have to worry about spoilers. Get a Frogger Game Boy Advance game, that was awesome. What were they called on Game Boy Advance? Might have been the Great Quest? Let's find out. So many Frogger games. Frogger Adventures? Probably Frogger Adventures Temple of the Frog. Or the Great Quest. Or the Forgotten Relic. There's so many freaking Frogger games. I haven't played any Frogger games on Game Boy Advance. I got very into Frogger on Xbox Live Arcade. I used to play that a lot. That is a really interesting way to display the controllers. It's like some kind of Illuminati PlayStation thumbnail. Didn't I play some crazy Frogger game on Apple Arcade at some point too? Wasn't there a Frogger game on that? I think there was. I think it was really good too, wasn't it? Yeah, that's right. Oh, it was that toy Frogger game. Oh, that was... And then they removed it. I don't think you can play it anymore. What was the name of that game? Hold on. See. Frogger and the Rambling Ruins. No, I don't think that was it. Frogger in Toy Town. Frogger in Toy Town. That was the name of it. We need a comeback of Frogger. We need like a new full-on console Frogger game that isn't like some mobile game. Let's get a platformer. I miss the days when characters like that would just get their own 3D platformer. What are they selling today? I guess we'll check back in. We'll check back in on every page, because that guy's going to appear on it. Every page. $21 empty cases. The best slots are always the ones without the games. Oh, you watched it? Awesome. Yeah, the irritating stick speedrun is pretty crazy. Yeah, an hour ahead for daylight savings. But at least we'll get more sun. I'm just ready for the warmer weather. I'm so sick and tired of the cold weather. Man, this guy's like telling his life story right now. It's like staring off into the light over here, contemplating how many sports cards were sold tonight. "23 Game Boy Advance games." Let's see. The biggest pile of shovelware I've ever seen. Not a single redeeming game in there. Yeah, New York has its moments where it gets a little warmer. And then it's like, oh, feels like it's almost 60 degrees outside. And then, nope, the next day it's back down to like 20. And then it snows. Do I know anything about the rarity of the Yu-Gi-Oh cards that come with the games? I'm not an expert on that, but if somebody has a sealed copy of the Yu-Gi-Oh games that come with the cards, then they are worth a ton of money because then the cards are essentially mint condition. And people pay a premium for that. It's a lot harder to get those cards in mint condition because a lot of people obviously got those cards, but then they were heavily used. So really, they're only worth something if they're practically like gem mint condition straight out of the box. They're not worth too much if you just have used copies and then you put them with the game. Because there are a lot of them out there. What would Paperboy look like today? I'm sure it wouldn't look too bad. Someone just make it up real quick in Unreal Engine or something. Probably be pretty fun. I could see that catching on as like the kind of game that like streamers would play or something. Make it really silly and over the top. It's a cool lot. Deus Ex, Death by Degrees, Vampire Knights, Soul River 2. All these games are anywhere in the realm of like $25 to $30, $35. So it's a pretty fair lot, price-wise. And free shipping. Vampire Knights, though, got bit by a vampire up there in the corner. So that will affect the price of that a little bit. Are they complete? So pretty much the price of Vampire Knights will be a lot lower than it normally would be. No manual. Cover's messed up. Getting the cards would be easy. That I'm not sure about. But I'm sure they're pretty prevalent on eBay. Man, I love me some good bootleg Mario plushes once in a while. They just look so goofy. Look at this Yoshi. He skipped upper body arm day, that's for sure. And then that Mario, I don't know what's going on there. I don't know what that's even supposed to be. It's like Tanuki Mario with pink ears. Oh, Zempic Yoshi, yep. Let's see what we got here. The Koopa Troopa. Actually, that may be one of the only official plushes in there. That one actually looks like it might be official. All these other ones, though, no. Maybe the Goomba. I used to be much more well-versed on all the old Mario plushes. I mean, those are almost certainly all fake. Except for maybe the Koopa. I saw a screenshot of the new Pikachu, yeah. Looked pretty cool. The one in the rain. Try not to spoil too much about Pokopia, though, if I do play it. See what the big deal is with that game. I'm just thrilled to, like... I'm not thrilled to have to spend almost $80 to play that game. And it's a game key card. A lot of times those deals that are sent quest of today, they're automated. There's a setting on eBay that sellers can set to automatically send offers when somebody watches your item. So yeah, it's a valid strategy. Unless it's something you think might sell like really quickly, it's usually best to watch something just to see if you get an offer. Wait about 24 to 48 hours. 200 NES desk covers for 300 bucks. They're not the official ones, though. Well, at least the ones with the Nintendo logo that most people want. Ooh, look at the Sonic lot. I love themed lots. A lot of these I gotta give another chance. A lot of times the handheld Sonic games, I just like... I don't know. I never got into a lot of them. Especially the first rush is interesting. Second rush I don't remember getting into too much. But then stuff like this, the handheld versions of like Colors, Lost World, I can barely remember what I even thought of those games. Barely remember. Generations on 3DS was pretty rough. Yeah, some of them I remember being pretty good. Some of them I remember being not very good. It's just I have a hard time remembering which ones were which. Oh my god. Hold on, is that a stack of three? That is crazy. Look at this picture. I've never seen someone take a picture like that before. That's pretty funny. It's literally a giant tower of 360 games with the forced perspective. Sadly, you're buying one at a time, though. You're not buying the whole stack. It's the most bro lot I've ever seen of games. I guess there's some variety in here. All the good ones are probably picked through already. Guarantee you Dead or Alive is probably sold. No, it's still available. Oh, because they're asking $90. That would explain why. Usually what I do in lots like that, I'll look at the price of like 1 or 2 games, and if the price is ridiculous, I don't even bother checking the other games. $11 GameCube games for $1,000. Just another night on eBay, you know? Wouldn't be an eBay stream without a $1,000 GameCube lot. No, no leaf green tonight. Did you play Sonic Adventure when it first came out, though, Norg? Maybe now Sonic Adventure would be a little hard to get into, but if you played that when it launched on the Dreamcast, it was a pretty magical experience. Hello, Capitani. Yeah, I mean, that would do it. Adventure's a little rough around the edges now, for sure, if you tried playing it today. But man, Adventure, if you played that back in 1999... Crazy. Crazy game. But yeah, I mean, the camera, the controls, it can be a little frustrating to play now. Understandable. You go back and play it every so often. Do you guys do the game, do you do the DX version, or do you guys play the Dreamcast version when you go to play it? How do I like to sort when I look? From my eBay streams, honestly, I just do very basic searches. So, I do ending soonest auctions, and then I do newly listed buy it now for pretty much everything else. Because the way I look at it, if you're not doing newly listed, you're most likely looking at things that are not good deals, because they would have sold already. So at least newly listed, you're looking at stuff that has a chance of still being unbought. That's a decent price. It's a reasonable auction. $10 a game and only $6 shipping. All these games, except for like Reign of Fire, are definitely more than $10 each. So this is actually pretty good if you're looking for these PS2 games. Link you the seller. Oh, yeah, DX is just a bit more refined. That's usually the version that people played. Dreamcast is just going to be really long load times and not quite spruced up as much. How would a person who never played a game play this game? What do you mean? You mean Sonic Adventure? $24 GameCube controllers for $300. If you can repair all of those controllers, that would actually be a really good deal. Because a GameCube controller, nice and refurbished, that's like $30, $40 easy, at least. Most of them do look like they have sticks that are super in need of repair. Oh yeah, well yeah, the Dreamcast. Yeah, if you were playing Sonic Adventure with the Dreamcast controller, that can be a little rough, especially the camera has not aged well. If you ever give it another try, try the DX version on GameCube or something. 8 PS2 games. I know this is crazy, but like their price on this is actually pretty close to what these would be valued at. Half-Life is now almost $100. Hit and Run, even though Greatest Hits is still like $50, $60. Suffering, that's like minimum, what, like $50 these days? Oni has gone up in price a lot. That's like a $35, $40 game now. And then the dub edition remix of Midnight Club 3, the only way to get that version is the Greatest Hits anyway. So that game's always had a little bit of a premium on it. And then the premium pack for Mortal Kombat. Those, I think, have always been around 40 to 50, if I remember right. So, I know it might look high, but they're actually... You know, you're not getting a deal, but the price is kind of spot on. You have that Midnight Club. I never really got into the Midnight Club games. I never really... I don't remember even playing Midnight Club games, if I'm gonna be honest. Oh wait, no, I take it back. I played Midnight Club 1 on PS2. Like the first Midnight Club. And that seemed very ahead of its time graphically, actually. Very impressive. The other NES slot was much better. Huge, cheap, retro PS2 lot. Doesn't look like anything special. Hello, high tier. $135 PS3 manuals and cases. Case arts. Let's see what we got. So essentially, if you supply the cases, you're getting boxes, sort of. But most of the games here don't seem worth the trouble. How much is the video game sequel of The Thing going for? That I have no idea. Do I ever use emulators? The only time I've used emulators are the Evercade, because that's like a fun exception. And official emulators through official capacity, meaning like if they port a PS2 game to the PS4 or PS5, that being an emulator, then I play it. But in terms of emulators on my PC, no. Huge lot of PS4 games, JRPGs and horror games. Sounds good. First, we gotta examine their bedroom. You never know, you gotta make sure. See what we're getting into here. Okay. Okay. Some duct tape in the background. Reminds me of that one listing from years ago, man. It was like, I swear we were witnessing a crime scene. Looked like dried blood on the floor. They had like a kill kit just like sitting in the picture. I mean, it was crazy looking. I'm sure some of you remember that listing. All right, now we can look at the games. Got to set the lore for the listing first before we look at it. Okay. Well, they ain't lying. This is certainly a personal collection. It is a lot of RPGs and horror games. No filler. No sports, so somebody that has good taste. A lot of cheaper. Did you guys see the unfortunate news about Yakuza, by the way? What was it called? Gang of Dragon or something? The new game that was being worked on by the Yakuza creator. They like got their funding pulled from NetEase, and now the game is in limbo and may never come out. Yeah, Bandersnatch, you're the first person I thought of, by the way. I just wanted to let you know. When I saw that news article, I'm like, damn. Bandersnatch is going to be mad. Because I know you love the Yakuza games. Yeah, they need a lot of money. Crowdfunding ain't gonna work, unfortunately. So unless someone else picks them up, I think the game's getting canceled. Well, it's a cool lot. This is a cool PS4 lot. Is it worth $1,000? Well, over 900. That I don't think so, but it's a good lot. I'm gonna link the seller for you guys if you want to make them like offers or put it on your watch list. Yeah, they should call Tencent, and then they can have the rug pulled out from under them when they need $20 million. Is the Mickey Legend of Illusion still popular, or the Game Boy one? I'd say all the Mickey Mouse platformers are still popular. They're all pretty solid games. Isn't Legend of Illusion Game Gear, though? Let me see. Yeah, it's a good game. I actually streamed this years ago. It's a very solid platformer. That's how crazy Pokemon is these days. Somebody can restock $200,000 worth of Pokemon cards for their stream. Like, oh my god. Hybid? I'm not sure I'm familiar with Hybid. So have any of you been playing that new Tokyo Extreme Racer game? I know Astia said it was good. But I'd want to try and track down like the international physical version. So I don't have to spend 50 bucks on a digital only game. Try and get physical when I can. I guess the best place to buy that would be like what, PlayAsia? Is there any other way to get it? Favorite Zelda game? My troll answer, even though I do like it, is Zelda Adventure on CDI. But the more realistic answer, man, it has always been very close for me between Link's Awakening Game Boy, Link to the Past, and Ocarina of Time. I've always held the three of those like in very similar regard. Because I just have such memorable moments with all three of those games when I was younger. Background music, they're just lo-fi playlists on YouTube. They don't really cause copyright issues, which is why I like them. A lot of 69 Switch games. $2,000. Thanks, Calum. Thank you very much for the 29-month resub. Anybody really bothered by the fact that Xenon Racer and Super Trench Attack are centered text and all the other games are aligned to the left? That would bother the hell out of me on a shelf. How dare they? That's a cute PS1 lot. Speedpunks, Ray Tracer. I feel like I've linked this in the past week. Ray Tracer, Speedpunks. All three really nice racing games. Well, more so arcade game for Ray Tracers. I'm still playing Fire Red. I've only done the one stream of it. Unfortunately, as I've been mentioning, I'm very, very busy at the moment, so it's hard for me to get in normal streams. But that'll be ending in about a week. So we'll be getting back to Leaf Green soon. But yeah, the Leaf Green playthrough has been a lot of fun. Well, I've done speedruns of Pokemon Yellow years ago. Yeah, I can't speak about the cases I've seen, unfortunately. Thing you gotta remember about grand jury duty, it is multiple cases. Like, I can hear 5 cases in one day. Jury duty, you're just dealing with one case. So at least it's got some variety to it. So you get all kinds of cases. One day they can give you something like a simple traffic violation kind of like thing. The next day it could be something as crazy as like homicide. Not saying I've had those, but like that's just like the extremes of what they might give you. Would I ever do a top 10 games of all time video? If I ever formulate a top 10 games of all time, which is something I've never sat down and done. Just because to me, I always feel like I can never make a definitive top 10 because I always feel like there's stuff out there I gotta play. But I'm sure one of these days I'll make it. But for me, it's not as simple as just sitting down and spending an hour figuring out what my top 10 is. That would be probably a 50-hour endeavor. Because I would go through every console, every game that has the potential to be in that top 10, and it would be a very involved process. When I did my top 10 games of the decade video, that took me... Oh man. That was like 25 hours at least to make that list. Kana Bridge of Spirits. Yeah, I wish Kana was a little more relaxed in terms of like not having to feel like you're playing a Dark Souls game. Would have just been nice as a nice, simple action game. What do you do there? So I can't tell you like specific stuff, but like the general stuff that is public knowledge that you can just see in like a YouTube video. They'll select 23 people randomly. There is no interview process for grand jury duty. So you can't make up some lame excuse and be excused like right away because there's no screening process. Your name is selected randomly out of a hat, and then not literally a hat, but select 23 people, and then you just show up every day, all day, and you hear criminal cases to decide if they get a court hearing or not. Like, you choose to indict or not. If the majority doesn't vote yes, then the case is thrown out, never to be heard from again. If the majority vote yes, then it either enters like plea deal or goes to court for trial jury. You sit, you only listen to the prosecution, you hear their evidence, and you decide if there's sufficient evidence to charge the person. That's it. They pay you, but they don't pay for your... For me, they don't supply any food. So you gotta bring your own food or pay for your own food. Your travel. So by the end of it, you're pretty much making next to nothing. You don't really get too excited about the pay. Empty boxes for $70. Yeah, you can never go wrong with Donkey Kong Country music. Remix or not, though I always prefer the originals. Luckily the travel is not terrible, Bovine, but I could have got royally screwed. I could have been sent to a different courthouse. That would have been a nightmare. Yeah, the travel would have been really bad. So I kind of lucked out, at least. Parking's free. Yep. I recommend it though, like if you ever get called for grand jury duty, if you can swing it, right, and it doesn't like destroy your schedule too much. Though I'll be honest, they don't let a lot of people off of grand jury duty. I'm just gonna let you know. You have to have a crazy excuse to get out of grand jury duty. Is different. Grand jury duty, they are very strict with what they let you get out from that with. But you shouldn't worry about it too much. It's a very interesting process. You know, it's definitely a cool experience to have in your lifetime. What's up, Bovine? Yeah, I know Bovine said he was on a... You said you were on a murder case or something, right? Jury duty? That sounds fascinating. But I've only got one more week, and then finally can go back to my normal schedule. The thing that's tough for me is I normally go to the gym during the day, like the early afternoon. I can't do that when I'm going to the court. So like I get back and then I'm having no excuses, so I still go to the gym, and that's like the main hang up for me right now. Having to take care of all the other stuff after. So once I'm able to start going to the gym earlier in the day again, it'll be easy to stream again. It's the problem when you go to the gym later in the day, man, it gets so freaking busy. I hate it. So crowded. I'm starting to learn like all the gym what's the word for it? Like the types of people I go to the gym, and one of the things that annoys me the most are those groups of damn kids that show up, like 5 or 6 of them, hanging out around one machine, taking turns. It's like, god damn, like free up the freaking machine for someone else. They sit there on their phones. You know, if you go to the gym, you know what I'm talking about. I'm like at that point now where I'm starting to see the usuals. Did I play Pokemon off stream? Nope, that will only be played on stream. Yeah, the gang of gym bros, yep. Yeah, the cell phones are ridiculous. It really does slow everybody down, it really does. That's why I got, you know, I use the freaking Apple Watch. I got my fitness app on my damn watch, so I don't have a reason to pull out my phone. Highly recommend it. You just put in your sets, your reps, keep track right on the watch. You don't even gotta touch your phone. Alright, let's try a different search. I don't think I've ever seen an Australian box for Pokemon Snap. I gotta say, that's a kind of cool... Australian N64 boxes are kind of nice. That full art on the front. Pretty nice. No, don't be off put by it, Rosewater. Do you have a Planet Fitness by you? Or is it just like a regular gym? Believe me, there's nobody cares at the gym. Nobody's looking at you. Everybody just has headphones on. They're doing their own thing. There's plenty of out of shape people at a gym. The best recommendation I can give you is just go there and just go on a treadmill. Just go on a treadmill for a week. And then if you want to get adventurous and like dabble into other things, just like work your way into it from there. People watch people and like just see what they do. And then like pick 1 or 2 machines and just like incorporate one machine into your routine every time you go. And then build it up. World Gym, yeah, I'm not familiar with that. Yeah, picking as big of a gym as possible is the way to go. Still one of the cutest Famicom NES games. The story in this is so cute with the 2 little penguins. This was a fun game. Yume Penguin Monogatari. Highly recommended if you can play Famicom games. You know, it's expensive. It's not worth the money. But if you can play it, I highly recommend it. Play it on a ROM or something. You destroyed your knees from doing too much treadmill? Yeah, I guess you gotta be careful with that. The elliptical, yeah, the elliptical would take a lot of weight off your knees. I don't have access to a good pool, no. And honestly, I'm not sure I'd want to go to some giant community pool, swim in all the piss from the little kids. But I mean, I wouldn't rule it out. It's been a long time since I've been in a cool, like a nice pool. I had this collector's edition. I still have it. Time and Eternity collector's edition. Came with a poster. I don't know where the poster is though. Hopefully in the box. It's a PS3 RPG I want to play again sometime. I took a full-on set of notes. I was really kind of pissed because at one point I wanted to learn how to speedrun Time and Eternity. And the #1 time was from a person in Japan. And their time was so much better and a different route than the person that was in the US. So in order to figure out what they did in the speedrun, I literally sat there, watched their entire video, and they had little pop-up things that explained what they were doing in Japanese, like the route. So I would sit there, I would screenshot their video every time a little pop-up thing came up, which was constant, like there were hundreds of them. And I would take that and I would translate it in Google Image Translate to understand what they were doing in the route. And I don't know how long it took me. It took me a very long time. I worked on it every morning over the course of probably like a month or 2. And then right as I finished taking all my notes for it, somebody came up with a new route that was even better. And I said, that's it, I'm done. I can't take it. So I never got around the speedrunning Time and Eternity. But I'll do it, you know, I would like to do a normal playthrough of it, not so much a speedrun at this point. I did not play Gacha Force. I used to have it. I had Gacha Force. But there was a convention that I wanted to go to a long time ago, and I didn't have like a ton of money to take to it. So I brought Gacha Force with me, if I remember right, as like trade bait. Or did I sell Gacha Force? I think maybe I tried taking it to a convention. I didn't trade it. No, you know what? I think I did sell Gacha Force to someone, like online. My copy was mint condition, nothing wrong with it. And because I kind of knew the person, I gave him a little bit of a deal. I believe I sold it for $200. You know, this was a long time ago, so the game at the time was worth about $250. So they got a really good deal considering it was seemingly untouched. It was an untouched copy of the game. I don't regret it. The reason why I sold it before I played it is because if I played it, I wouldn't want to sell it. I'd get attached to it. That happens all the time. Once I play a game, it's a lot harder for me to want to sell it. So I figured it's better to just get rid of it and have no idea what the game was like, because then I would have no problem getting rid of it. Broforce, yeah, I haven't played Broforce either. I have not played Go-Go Hypergrind, nope. The only like super rare GameCube game that I've played is Cube of War, and I'm gonna be honest, I wasn't that big of a fan of it. I sold my copy of that a long time ago as well, because my copy didn't have a manual, and it was really hard to track down a manual for it, so I just got rid of it. If I liked the game, I probably would have kept it, but I didn't really care about it that much. It's kind of a shame that we only ever got one Futurama game. So many Simpsons game, but one Futurama game. Yeah, it's really important to really try not to regret anything you sell. Like if you sold a game, you just got to think about what you needed the money for at the time. Maybe you bought some other games, and maybe those games are worth more now. Maybe you just really needed your money for something else. It's really important to really try not to regret selling stuff. It's just a thing of the past. The way I look at it, you can always reacquire it later. It may cost more, but at least it's not gone forever. Why is this kid standing next to this? He is really excited to sell this Fallout 4 Vault Boy jumpsuit. It looks way too big for him, by the way. I don't know. There it is. We see it every week. It's really a shame that this 8 Eyes game never took off, because imagine all the sequels they could have had. 9 Eyes, 10 Eyes, 11 Eyes. It'd still be going today. Oh, wow. I remember I bought one of these. I don't remember it being a blind box, but I remember getting this Portal 2 or maybe Portal 1 Sentry figure. Not this one in particular, but like the regular base version. I didn't know it was a blind box. It looks kind of ridiculous, honestly. I think I still... No, it used to be sitting next to me for the longest time. I don't know what I'd... Oh, I see it. Yeah, it's just like the regular white Sentry. Urban Runner. What kind of game is this? FMV game. 20 hours of video. It's like it would have made a fun like Sega CD game or something. Yeah, I believe I have Good Boy Galaxy, or at least I hope I do. Oh, Color Me Yoshi. In the box, that's pretty rare. So it's like, it's just a blank Yoshi, and then you're able to color it whatever color you want. Then you can wash it and dry it. $1,700 in the box. Do I use CLZ games? The only game tracker I ever tried using to any degree, way back in the day I tried using RF Generation website. But then I, you know, like every other tracker, I never keep up with it. But then I tried using, for my Game Boy Color collection, I used, what was the name of the site? Video Games Now, was it? They had like a collection tracker on there, but now the site is like abandoned or something. It's not even updated anymore. But I don't track game. I'm just too lazy for that stuff. I'd start tracking and then I just never keep up with it. Game tracking things are just not for me. I'm about halfway with the Game Boy Color. The tough thing for me too is a lot of those tracking apps at the time when I was looking at them didn't have a lot of the obscure import games. And that was a big deal for me. Also, a lot of them also at the time when I was looking at them didn't have obscure consoles. Right? Like the really weird stuff. Sure, now it might be different, but like what tracking app back in the day had the Funtech Super ACAN, right? Like, no, none of them. None of them were going to have that. Oh, you can custom edit. Yeah, my ass ain't doing that work. Someone else can do it. I'm too lazy for that. Let someone else put all the work in to add custom consoles and games. With ads and fees. Yeah, I mean, I have no reason to have a tracking app personally. I just remember as best as I can in my head what I have. Now, of course, that's getting a little harder with certain consoles like PlayStation 1 and 2. But if I had to make a list of what I had, I'd honestly just like... I don't know if I would make like a custom spreadsheet, or I'd have to use one of those apps or websites. At least for PS1 and PS2, that's pretty straightforward. I'm more likely to use a tracking site or app for one or two consoles and not my whole collection. Because it's not really needed for my whole collection. I know what I have for almost every console except for the ones where I have like a ton of games. I mean, another way to find out what PS2 games I have is to literally just sit down and do like a PS2 collection video. But I don't think people understand how long. I wouldn't even be able to fit all my games in front of me. I don't even know how I would pull it off, I'm gonna be honest. I don't even know how I would do it. Because my PS2 games, well, a lot of my consoles are like just they're in like bins. I can't. They're just like categorized in bins. Bovine knows. I'm sure Bovine knows exactly what I'm talking about. Sometimes you just got to use bins. $120. Oh, that's for a sealed copy. I was gonna say Wii Party's getting crazy, but that's not used copy. It's quite the cover. Man, that's such a better cover than what we got in the US. It's always nice to have the hand-drawn artwork. Yeah, that's sealed PS2. 3,000. Change search. Let's do... Game Boy Color. Should probably filter out Pokemon though. Otherwise, half of this is going to be Pokemon. Actually, more than half of that was Pokemon. I think it just went from 32,000 to 13,000 results. That's crazy. Yeah, I'm not sure who that is, Wargly. I think most sellers use GBC. I just use GBC because I'm lazy. I didn't feel like typing out the whole thing I gotta type out for it. Man, I hate side-scrolling Sonic levels in the modern games. Forget that was even a thing in Frontiers. $180 for Vigilante 8. Yeah. I think when I got my copy of that, it was around 40 bucks. It's always really hard to find a good condition copy of GTA 2 on Game Boy Color, because the box is one of those foil boxes with embossing and everything. You can see this one here, it's got some kind of stain on it. Really hard to get it mint. Yeah, look at the scratching. At least they're doing a good job showing you the photos of it. I play PC games, but only when it makes sense. Or, like, if it's a PC exclusive or something. A lot of MMO stuff I have to play on PC. But I'll never choose PC if there's a console equivalent. Unless there's a reason to play the PC version. Like, for a speedrun or something, sometimes you have to kind of do the PC version. I like point-and-click games. It's just that I don't find them to be good streaming games. Just certain genres I don't like streaming. $160 for the manual of Resident Evil Guide. The manual costs more than what I paid for the complete game back in the day. I've never heard of that series, no. Australia exclusive. I thought this was like a custom-made Game Boy Color. Australia exclusive Game Boy Color. It's actually a pretty nice color scheme. That would look really cool if it was like Zelda themed. Yeah, tell me about it. There's so many of those kind of games on here now. Super cheap stuff that's like $50 now. Is this a remix of a Minecraft song? I think it's supposed to be. I couldn't tell you what Minecraft music sounds like. Just that the song is like called Vibecraft or something. Unless that's the artist. I have no idea. Cool song though. This game is always pretty cool. Spawn. Cool cover. Actually very accurate to the source material. Something really interesting about this cart though, which is good to know if you have Spawn or plan on buying it, especially like the cart, physical cart. If you play this in a Game Boy Advance player, or I'm not sure if this was fixed in like the analog, but it used to have to be that you had to play this game in a Game Boy Color in order to hear the voice samples. There's actually voice acting in this game. I know that sounds crazy, but there's full-on voice acting in Spawn on Game Boy Color, but you don't hear it on Game Boy Advance player. I don't remember the technical reason why that is, but you have to play it on actual hardware. It is a Minecraft remix. It's a cool song. I played that. I've beaten that Spawn game, by the way, like so many times because I used to do speedruns of it. Very hard game, actually. It's a pretty tough game. Very annoying final levels. Especially if you play on hard. Super Paper Mario. Yeah, I bought that game when it first came out. Do you have to get the crowns on all Master Frontiers? I don't remember how that stuff works. All I remember is the new stuff they added to Frontiers is having to get S rank in all 40-something of those speed challenges to get the spin dash ability, which completely breaks the game. I don't remember any of the other requirements. I think after you do that, you can unlock the ability somewhere. I think you still have to like purchase it. I have to Google it. Super Paper Mario. I remember liking it. I don't remember loving it because I just remember thinking to myself, man, I would much prefer this to just be a turn-based game. But I feel like if I went back and tried it again now, I'd probably quite enjoy it. It's better than the more modern Paper Mario games they've been coming out with that are practically puzzle games. This is a Zelda clone, by the way. Straight up Link to the Past clone. Quest for Camelot. You can even tell just by looking at the screenshots. So if you like Zelda games, you might get a kick out of this one. Let's see what people are buying on Game Boy Color. I'm curious. $230 for the guide and cart. Oof. Does this guy even talk? You gotta watch to find out. I will give it to people that put these custom refurbished Game Boy Colors up for sale. Some of them take very professional photos. Metal Gear was on Game Boy, yep. Yeah, they're actually bringing that to the port that they're doing for Metal Gear Solid 4. It's going to be on there. Let me see if I can find out for you, Brock. Hold on. Welcome back, Dollar Tree. You must achieve an S rank in all 40 action challenges across all islands. Once unlocked, press the crouch stomp button while on the ground to boost. Yeah, it doesn't tell me how you actually like unlock it. Maybe it does just happen. There's a video on YouTube though, apparently, but I haven't unlocked it myself, so I couldn't tell you. It might be in the settings. I think it might be a setting you have to toggle on, potentially. Yeah, I don't know if anybody here has unlocked Spin Dash and Sonic Frontiers. Like, you know, the ability you get after you get all S ranks in that one challenge mode. something that they added to the game after I played it, so I'm not sure. Did I ever get a signature from Pokemon Theme Singer? What's his name? Jason Page? No, I don't know. He has some shady business practices. I wouldn't be jumping out of my seat to get a signature from him personally. His signature is kind of controversial, to say the least. There's plenty of YouTube videos about it if you want to deep dive into it. $2001 game card for Game Boy Color. Can only imagine. Oh, is it just an EverDrive? Doubt it. Not for that price. Wow, look at that Game Boy Color. That's wild looking. The freaking buttons are backlit. I've never seen something like that before. Eco and Shadow of the Colossus. Yeah, that is my Eco Shadow of the Colossus shelf. See? It's just whatever Eco Shadow of the Colossus stuff I have. Most of it, whatever I can fit back there. It's pretty much just like, you can see the multiple sealed copies of Eco here. Signed copy of Shadow of the Colossus, Japanese version, Eco standee. Another sealed copy of Eco. Whatever else I fit back there. Promo stuff. Hey, Chrono. Collecting for PS4. I think right now is a really good time to do it. There's a lot of cheap games on there. Personally, I feel like for me, PS4 would probably be one of the cutoff points for consoles I'd actually try and track down physical copies for. PS5, I'm not jumping out of my seat to collect for PS5. Whatever I get for that, I get. I don't go out of my way. But PS4 is like one of the last consoles that would probably have a lot of cool physical games I'd want. Yeah, that's the closest you guys are getting to a new game room tour for the next 10 years, so enjoy it. Clip it, do what you gotta do. Study it. Yeah, a lot of people consider Shadow of the Colossus Eco Last Guardian part of the series, pretty much. They're all slightly connected in fun little ways. Some little way. Saw my video about getting more in shape. Got yourself some weights, working out on my health. That's awesome. I'm glad to hear that, Lateralis. What the heck? How is the game on there right now? Oh, it's just like, oh, I see how they have it. That looks so crazy without like actually seeing it in the console. Nothing too shocking in Game Boy Color world here. Noticing a lot of people are buying carts, they're not buying complete in bucks. It's the one nice thing about Game Boy Color games, though. They're hard to bootleg because nobody wants to bootleg the freaking plastic casing that you gotta make for them. You have a good night, Reg? Oh, are you going for the S ranks and the action stages? Yeah, the action stages sometimes on Frontiers can be pretty brutal to get S rank. I love these AI backgrounds sometimes. It's like two random guys just like your duct tape in the back of a truck and they're just like popping the hood, checking on Mafia 2. Every Ratchet and Clank game on PS3 really puts it into perspective. There were so many more of these than you would think. Oh, well, they threw in a PS4 copy. Tools of Destruction is still always my favorite on there. Does it have black molds? We haven't seen a black mold game tonight yet. I'm not seeing the mold. It might be there. It might just be hard to see. Who are we kidding? It's definitely there. Just blends in. Hello, Respawn. EB Games Special Edition limited to 10,000. See, this is one of the problems. When something is limited to over 10,000 copies, it's not that rare. They did so many of this. Well, I mean, I guess 10,000 is kind of limited, but a lot of these games around this time would release a limited edition copy, and then they'd make like 100,000 of them. Damn, I just realized I never downloaded the affiliate for tonight. I'll have to do it next time. Forgot. I was so busy trying to set something else up. So next time we'll do 2 weeks in one. Resident Evil 5 Limited Edition. Is that a wallet? See, at least this limited edition comes with practical things that you may actually use. It's not coming with, like, a 5-page art book. Okay, maybe this art book is like 10 pages. Or it's like a deck of cards or something. There's so many collector's editions just come. The one I always think of is that game on the Vita, the one that was like the curry game that came with a bib. A baby bib and like a plastic bowl and spoon. Like, who the heck? No one's using that. That's when they were starting to get ridiculous with collector's editions. Yeah, Sorcery Saga. I remember I did a video unboxing it. I think I spent more time unboxing it than playing the damn game. It wasn't even that good. This thing. I want to see an open one. See, this is one where they overprinted it. Look at that. Look, they're trying to sell the contents of the limited edition for 15 bucks and nobody wants it. That just shows you terrible collector's edition. There. There's your limited edition. A baby bib, a plastic spoon, and a bowl. Thematically with the game it makes sense, but come on. If a collector's buying this, you really think they're going to dirty that thing up? No, it's going to stay sealed in the plastic for eternity. And it's just going to sit in this cardboard box forever. Dream Collector's Edition. Just a nice, high quality... Well, first of all, the Collector's Edition would have to be limited. So something like not over a couple thousand units. Just a really nice, high quality, like, resin statue. Good quality resin. An art book that actually has a good amount of pages to it. So, you know, probably at least 50 pages. And a soundtrack that has more than, like, 3 songs on it. Right? So, like, a nice soundtrack... 20 tracks or so, nice art book, and a nice resin statue. That's all I need. Honestly, I'm pretty happy with just having a good art book and a good soundtrack. I don't need anything else. Problem is, a lot of them aren't just the... like, I'm tired of the digital codes and stuff that come with collector's editions. The new thing now is to give you a code for, like, a digital art book or a digital soundtrack. It's funny because I was almost going to mention this. This was the last time I really ever bought a collector's edition. Besides Last Guardian, was this, the Dark Souls 2 collector's edition. They printed so many of these things. I don't know, maybe the price has gone up at this point, but maybe because this is the 360 or the PS3 one. I had the 360. It was worth less money than like practically the base game at one point. So many of them. Any games I'm hunting for in the world were at eBay. I'm just always keeping my eyes open for PS1, PS2, and N64 games I need. Local game store had a sealed copy of Perfect Dark for $100. I don't know sealed prices offhand, but let's see what people are paying for that. I have a feeling that's a resale for that price. But let's see. I mean, maybe sealed copies of Perfect Dark are just so common that it is only $100. So it looks like most people on eBay are wanting at least $150. So it's possible that that copy for $100 has some problems. But based on what people are asking here, $100 seems pretty fair. But you got to ask yourself, why do you want a sealed copy of Perfect Dark? Is it to open and play? Is it to keep sealed because you want to hang on to it because you like the game? If you want a mint copy, you're probably just better off buying a really nice condition open one. But there's got to be something, tears in it or something, boxes crushed maybe. Because for a game store to have it priced decently below what it's going for on eBay seems a little unusual. It's tough to search PS3 because there is a lot of boring filler. Wow. $130 for Dinosaurs Gundam 3 on PS3. That's a lot more than the 360 version, I believe. You did it, Brock. Nice. Gundam. Where's 360? Way more expensive. It's always so funny to like see the difference sometimes in price between console 360 and PS3. And it pretty much just comes down to sometimes certain games on PS3 are a bit more uncommon. And the price just goes crazy. Another one was that Blades of Time game. The PS3 version was very pricey at one point. The 360 version was like next to nothing. Yeah, I like to refer to that as the 360 apocalypse during the 360 price spike. X-Men Origins Wolverine 95 on PS3. I wonder if that's most copies going for that. We'll see. Wait until we see a second one. Actually, no search I haven't done in a while. Bundle. Filter out lot. I used to usually, unfortunately, you have to filter out Guitar Hero. I think I'm just gonna do it because tons of people use bundle. I'm just gonna filter out Guitar and Hero. This is why you always got to read, you got to look at the full picture. Or you can't just look at the picture and the price. I always, when I can, try and look at the title, the price, and the picture. Because it's very easy to not realize that there's 4 more games in this listing. And maybe there's something really good in there. Even though, wait, bundle of 8 games. I'm seeing 4. Maybe it's just a typo in their title. Let's see. Yeah, they only have 4 games. Alright, well, there goes that. And here I was like, gee, there's got to be a reason that listing's so expensive. Hello, Y2K. A deep cut recommendation. Gotta give me a console. Friendly reminder to check your handheld console batteries. Found your old PSP today and the battery is so puffed out. The battery cover came off. Yeah, I try and remind people that whenever it comes to mind. Because almost certainly if you have never looked at your PSP in a long time, your battery is exploding off the back door of that thing. Welcome in, XN. So the way my eBay streams work, honestly, they're just chill hangout streams. I've been doing these streams for almost a decade at this point, every week. So what we do is we pretty much just chat about games and use the listings as ways to facilitate discussions. If I find a listing that is what I find to be a good deal, I put the link in chat for other people to consider buying. What's up, Monstrum? Oh, for the carts of that? I'm not an expert on cart prices. But man, if I had to assume, I mean, we can look, but Mega Man X3, that was always viewed as a grail for Super Nintendo. I have to imagine the cart of that has to be in the realm of like $150 to $200, right? Mega Man 7 would be a little bit cheaper. R-Type 3, that's got to be pretty cheap though. That can't be that expensive of a cart, but we can look. Oops. Oh wow. So it looks like, well, let's look at selling, what people are actually paying. Yeah, I haven't looked at X3 in a long time. So it looks like minimum price is 300. So if you can get the cart for under 300, this person here lucked the hell out. Look at that. They got the cart and the manual for 260. They are very happy. That manual is probably worth more than the cart. Yeah, so I'd say in the realm of 290 or below on the X3 cart, you'd be really happy, like this person here. And then let's look at 7. No, those have got to be fakes. There we go. It's like, no, that ain't no $50 card. I'm sorry. Wow, 7 is way more than I thought it'd be. X3 used to be above and beyond 7, but it seems like it's catching up. Yeah, I don't typically look at cart prices for Super Nintendo. Wow. Complete 1100. 250. Yeah, so similar deal with 7. Wait, R-Type 3 is 200. Really? Wow. That has gotten so expensive. But Super Nintendo just never ceases to amaze. I'm just still thinking of like the old prices that this stuff used to go for. I wish my copy of Super R-Type was that expensive. Don't we all, right? We all have Super R-Type. You bought your new 3DS XL for $120 years ago? Yeah, I would hold on to that. Well, X3 was a very late release Super Nintendo game, so there's probably not that many copies floating around. Oh, wow. It's not a bad bundle price, honestly. They seem to be really nice shape. Let's see if they're fully complete. Something's missing here. Oh. Oh, interesting. Never noticed they had this little warning area here. They give you a storage area for the demo of Lunar 2 that was included with Vanguard Bandits. Isn't that something? I never actually looked at that before. So they want you to take the demo of Lunar 2 that was in Vanguard Bandits and put it in your collector's edition Lunar 2. That's, or rather, like the only copy they sold. Oh. Oh, it looks unassembled in the plastic bags. Okay. We caught them. They thought they can dodge the reflection. My goodness. See the description. Man, you're gonna use an AI description with a listing like this? Discs have no scratches. This feels pretty, like if you needed both of the Lunar games on PS1, I feel like you can do it a lot worse. Boxes are a little not the best condition. But that's a good way to kill 2 PS1 birds with 1 stone. Seemingly all complete. I'm trying to remember what else was supposed to come with Lunar 1. I feel like it's missing something though. I don't know. They're not showing you inside really of that one. I guess they are. Can't remember. I'll link the seller though. If any of you want to take a look. Oh, this was the seller that we looked at earlier that had these PS2 games. I'll link it. If any of you want to add that to your watch list, maybe get an offer or something. Why does the PS2 lot so much? There's 4 more games in there that you don't see in the thumbnail. I did the math on it. Their price is actually, believe it or not, pretty close to the like actual retail price if you were to buy everything separately. Certain games have gone up quite a bit. Like Half-Life is actually almost about $100 now on PS2. Yeah, I looked through that listing at the start of the stream. It was pretty surprising. This looks like somebody that probably bought a lot of PS5 games during like Black Friday. Trying to do a quick flip now or something. Interesting game selection. I'd be interested in the Llamasoft game. Art of Rally is also pretty good. Sorry, yeah, no, Half-Life on PS2. Not Half-Life 2. So a lot of people forget that the only official way to play Half-Life 1 on a home console is the PS2 version. So that's why it's... I mean, I predicted it for a long time. Eventually it would start going up because, you know, Half-Life fever is always in people's minds, especially when people were getting all hyped up around the Game Awards, when people thought Half-Life 3 might have been the big tease for that show. Of course it wasn't. That's around when the price started going up for Half-Life on PS2. So it used to settle around $50 to $60 for years and years and years. Half-Life was anywhere between 40 to 50, 60 at the absolute most, but 50 average. Now it's nearly $100, and that's only within like half a year time span. It went up to that. Do people browse eBay to flip? Oh, I'm sure they do. I'm sure they do. That is why it is very difficult to find really good deals. You have to be keen eye, or you got to be refreshing newly listed nonstop. Yeah, I played the PS2 version of Half-Life 1 a couple years ago for the first time, and I thought it holds up. I thought the console port of that is really... That really pushes the PS2 to its limits in many ways. It's a pretty good PC port. You know, it's got slowdown, but it's a good port, in my opinion. I find it just more fascinating to play a game like that and see how they port a PC game to the PS2 and how they get around like certain technical limitations or control problems. Even if it's inferior to the PC version, it's still kind of neat to see how they handle it. Alright, let's see. I think auctions might... Like, there might be new auctions ending from the start of the stream. Let's see. I think it's been long enough. I love these unofficial guide covers. They try so hard to make it look cool, even though they can't use any official pictures or logos or anything. Anybody ever hear of Game Pros? Are you from Rapid City? It's always cool to see like old rental stickers, stores, or rental store stickers. Yeah, that's true. We haven't seen any feet photos tonight. This might be the first week in a very long time we haven't seen someone's freaking dirty foot in the thumbnails. No manual of Bloody Roar 4. So right now this is discounted by about $50 because there's no manual. So if you just want to own the game and don't care about having the manual, could be a cheap way to pick it up. Yeah, you can see that it goes for about $90, which is why I said it's discounted by about 50 because it's 40 right now. I really enjoyed this. I really liked it. See, these are the kind of fighting games I still like to play. The ones where you can not really know the move list, but you can still have a ton of fun playing it. Very arcadey feeling game. Not sure how to pronounce your name, but hello, Demoiselle. Yeah, I don't think anybody's gonna be paying you $1,000 for a bootleg copy of Thrill Kill. Just a burnt CDR probably, and a printed cover. It's just a burnt CDR. They're even saying you gotta have a modded PS1 to play it. Now, if somebody actually had some kind of like unreleased prototype of Thrill Kill that worked without modding your console, that would be worth. I mean, in my opinion, if it was like a one of one, it would probably be at least a $10,000 game. Have a good night, Wargley. Alright, so now these auctions start ending around midnight. Oh look, we talked about this last week. There's an auction for Suzuki Bakuhatsu. It's the Japanese PS1 game where you defuse bombs. Free shipping from Japan. It's actually a pretty good opportunity if you want to get this game for a decent price, because it seems like most other sellers want at least like $80 shipped. This person here, the shipping's $30. Yeah, this is like an $80 to $90+ game. So this could be a pretty good snag if any of you collect import PS1 games. And it's such a shame to see that Yamataku Japan, or what are they calling themselves now? Ret OG. They updated their name. They used to list everything at like a penny. Starting bid, like $1 starting. So it seems like they definitely don't do that anymore. I used to get a lot of my imports from them back when their stuff was way cheaper. But I'll link their store if any of you want to consider bidding on that if you collect PS1 imports. Great game. Don't need to know a lick of Japanese to play it either. Hello, PS Godson. Wait, I just gotta know. I really wonder if this game is meant to say lock on. Right? Because they have it translated as lock on. So is it really just like that poorly translated that they called the game Rock On instead? Makes you wonder. I have no idea what game this is, by the way. That cover looks so ridiculous. I'm kind of curious. Never heard of this one. Make a great Twitch emote. That's how I got my first copy of Pokemon Silver. I felt like the coolest kid in school because I got a Japanese copy of the game at a flea market before it came out here in the US. And I powered my way through the game as best as I could. But man, I was definitely the coolest kid in the school because I was the only one that had Pokemon Silver before everybody else. Man, their boxes were so cool. It was such a cool looking box for the Japanese version. You know the craziest part? It's pretty much worth the same amount of money that I think I had to buy it for back then too. The price never went up on that. I didn't know that was possible with Pokemon. Have I ever played The Darkness? I played The Darkness on 360. Yeah, I was a big fan of that game. I've been really wanting to play it again. Crush Bandicoot. Yeah, that's... I love titles like that. One of them is on the Saturn. Linkle Liver Story or whatever, but it's supposed to be like Wrinkle River Story or something like that. Yeah, I'm starting my final week. I've done 3 weeks of it already, science. Well, I mean, the weekends I'm generally pretty good to stream. It's just the weekdays that it's been rough. Yeah, the Darkness voice was awesome in that game. I never played the sequel. Never did Darkness 2. So what do you guys think about the news of Xbox Project Helix? Kind of a lame announcement, if I'm gonna be honest. Like, I don't care about a code name. I wanna know more than that. Rumored to be $1,000 to $1,200 console that's also gonna play PC games. Am I still playing Project Gorgon? Not right now, unfortunately. Yeah. Especially right now. I'm a little too busy for something like that. Not opposed to going back to it at some point. Especially because it's not a like pay-to-play game. Yeah, I have no idea what they mean by like it'll play Xbox and PC games. So are you going to be able to just like pop a physical PC game in there if you have it and play? I know those are kind of rare, but it makes you wonder. It's probably just going to be digital stuff. I'm like very much just along for the ride with Xbox right now. They can They can flop and be gone tomorrow, and honestly, I probably wouldn't even care at this point. But for them to win me back and get me like truly hyped up for Xbox stuff again, it's gonna take a bit. Sealed copy of Symphony of the Night. Yeah, these are some great remixes, right? Xbox being gone and not having a competitor with PlayStation, yeah, it would be bad. But I do like it makes me feel like someone would step in, like Steam with the Steam box would like kind of fill those shoes. Maybe. At least for digital game pricing. I don't think there's any way they can rekindle the 360 days as hard as they try. Doesn't matter if they bring back the Blade dashboard or not. What made the 360 special back then was the games that were coming out on it. It's just not the same anymore. Hold on, I take it back though. There's one thing they can do. If you want to get me excited for Xbox again, let's bring back Xbox Live Arcade. Let's bring back the Summer of Arcade. Let's fund indie developers and get some really cool Xbox Live Arcade exclusives. Right? Let's bring that back. I used to let's bring back points. 400 points, $5 a game. Come on, let's bring that back. That would get me hyped up. I guess some people wouldn't be excited for points, let's be real, but I'm kind of nostalgic for them personally. I still can't like wrap my mind around why Xbox Live Arcade was essentially killed off. I thought it was like the coolest thing. Yeah, I know it's Game Pass now, but like, I don't want Game Pass. I want to own the games. I want to pay $5 to $8 and own an Xbox Live Arcade game. Just like, I don't know, they just gotta break the mold. I'm tired of Forza. I'm tired of like, even Fables, like whatever. Like I want something more exciting than the same stuff we're used to year after year after year. Let's get some new creative stuff. But I'm hoping, I mean, I'm hoping that their next console is gonna blow us away. Because this new CEO has apparently been given a blank check to revive Xbox, whatever the hell that means. We'll see what happens. What an interesting remix. Anybody need some water games? It's official, huh? Doesn't look official. Can't be. Oh, I guess it is. Damn, that looks fake as hell. It's just so many different concept arts on one package. It's crazy. People just need more reasons to have to own an Xbox besides Game Pass in terms of like games. Right? Like you can't port everything to a PlayStation 5. It doesn't work that way. If they want to sell Xboxes, you need reasons to have an Xbox. So, we'll see what direction they take. Yeah, canceling a game like Perfect Dark was a little bit of a silly idea. Perfect Dark is fairly synonymous with, you know, when I think of Perfect Dark, of course we think of the N64 game, but I also think of Perfect Dark Zero. PC Engine love. We can look up PC Engine. These auctions here are going to be ending a little too late anyway. It's a pretty good PS1 lot right here, though. Suikoden 2, Harvest Moon, Tomb Raider 2, and Last Revelation. See what else they're selling. That's it. Okay. I'll link the seller if any of you are going to be up at 1 a.m. Eastern. Harvest Moon has got to be like $50, $60 these days, I believe. It's not as cheap as it used to be. I think the most optimism I had for the future of Xbox is when Phil Spencer was able to finally get Phantasy Star Online 2 on Xbox. Because that was a big deal. I don't know if any of you remember that. That was a huge deal. People were waiting for that forever. And that was definitely his doing. But I feel like after that, it's like, man, so many missed opportunities for those kind of games on Xbox. I wish they'd partner back up with Sega more. Imagine if they got... What if Sega started porting their games exclusively to Xbox? That won't happen, of course, but like, I don't know. I just feel like we need some more risk-taking. Xbox just funds Sega's games or something. Just call it Sega on Xbox. Take their back catalog of all their games and just make them available on Xbox. Maybe it's a Game Pass thing, maybe it's not. Make it like a little bonus thing for Game Pass. Well, Sega still has something huge planned. They have that one project where they're apparently spending... How much money was it? How many millions was it again? Or it was ridiculous amounts. I can't even remember. That we still haven't seen. $500 million. $500 million on a super game. Like, what in the world could that be? $500 million. What could this game possibly be? I hate to warn all of you, it's probably a mobile game. Nah, it can't be that bad, right? Can't be. Yeah, the YouTube chat filter is pretty... It's a little strict, unfortunately. I can lessen it, but... Japan always had the most interesting poker games. Ryukyu. Not even sure what that means. I could have just said something absolutely ridiculous in Japanese. Well, if I ever want to start playing poker games, I know what console to go to. Did I collect Sega games? I do collect Sega. It's like a beach hentai puzzle game. Sounds about right. You played the beach hentai poker game on the 3DS? Monster. You could say that, PS Godson. You could take a look through my channel. It's a lot of videos having to do with collecting. What a cool cover that is. Cool logo too. I forgot to do the affiliate list Bovine. Fortunately, I can't really grab it while I'm... Well, I mean, actually, maybe. No, I can't really do it because I forgot. Because I don't remember the dates. I'd have to, like... It would just take a little too long to get it. I'll have to do it next week. Because, yeah, like, it makes me log out, log in. Yeah, I don't like to do that on stream. Oh my god. I can remember when this Browning game was like $10. Pretty standard action mech game. Not bad. Played it a very long time ago. I haven't bought a PC Engine game in a very long time. Can't even remember the last one I bought, if I'm being honest. It's been a bit. But I'm pretty content with my PC Engine collection. It's not like I feel like I need more games for it. I have a lot that I'm happy with. PC Engine is the reason I gave up on TurboGrafx stuff. I just got rid of pretty much everything TurboGrafx and just went with PC Engine. At the time, it just made a lot more sense. The games are so much cheaper. I'm actually like surprised how cheap just regular old Splatterhouse is. Well, I guess this is a PC Engine version, but you would think it would be a little more expensive. Perhaps it's driven down by the more accessible nature of the game now. I wish I collected PC games from the 90s. Unfortunately, I just don't trust old PC games working to buy them. I mean, sure, it's not that bad, but it's just, I don't know. The last thing I want to do is buy a game and then find out I can't play it. So I really try to avoid getting into PC stuff. I have never played Slay the Spire. Honestly, that feels like a really hard series, we'll call it now, since the sequel just came out, and is absolutely destroying Marathon, by the way. Did you guys see their post on X, by the way, the developers of Slay the Spire 2? I thought it was hilarious. They said something to the equivalent of, like, congratulations to Marathon for their launch. It's nice to see a small indie team, like, releasing, and I forget exactly, I'm paraphrasing here, but they were making fun of them because Slay the Spire 2 has like 500,000 concurrent players and Marathon had like 70,000. I thought that was pretty good jab there. I'm like, maybe I do want to play Slay the Spire too. Maybe I do. But no, I've never played Slay the Spire. Streaming that now, it would just be backseat city. I mean, there is absolutely no way I'd be able to play Slay the Spire and learn the game. You know what I mean? Like, it would just be the backseating. It would be like I was driving a school bus, right? And you got like the entire chat behind you in the school bus just shouting at you the whole time how to play the game. So I'm not sure if I'd really enjoy it. But Slay the Spire just never appealed to me either. Every time I looked at it, I'm like, yeah, I don't know. Plus, do you really want me to get into Slay the Spire? Do you want me to get addicted to something like that and then that's all I'm streaming for like weeks on end? I'm good. I think I'd pass on that. Congratulations to the Marathon team on their launch. Don't let small indie passion projects like this, hold on, pass you by just because Slay the Spire 2 is out. I love it. I thought that was so good. Splatterhouse 2010 is the most 8 out of 10 game that is actually a 6 out of 10 that I've ever played. Oh, I love Splatterhouse on 360 and PS3. Yeah, it's a super underrated game. I think people are really sleeping on it if they haven't played it yet. Honestly, I may try and play high. It depends. Oh, shoot. What day is that? What day is the 12th? Oh, it's a Thursday? Man. I would love to be able... I might just do a high guard stream on the last day just so I can jump in on the meme. I may not be able to do it, though. Give our little send-off. There's just something really fun about being online for a game, like, the moment it gets shut down. I did that with Babylon's Fall, where I was, like, playing the game when the servers went down. It's a very unique feeling. That was a fun stream. Isn't it crazy how Babylon's Fall, everybody made fun of that game? It lasted almost a year, and these other games are getting shut down faster. Babylon's Fall deserves more credit. I picked this game up in one of my YouTube videos when I was in like some video game music store in Portland, I think it was. Forget the translation of this. Honey. Forget what that translates to. It's like a weird little shoot 'em up kind of game or something. Honey in the Sky. Yep, that was it. Yeah, I found that game in a retro game / music store or something for like $15, whatever it was. Oh, and I found this one in the same store, I think. Oh, isn't that something? This is a cool game. It's like a little action platformer. If I remember right, though, it has a lot of slowdown and sprite flicker. Clocks are about to skip forward an hour here soon. Thank goodness tomorrow's Sunday. Only $40 for virtual HUD. It's got to be something wrong. Is that black mold? What's going on here? That's just something weird going on with this box. I can't. Oh, there it is. I knew it. Oh my god. Well, there. All right. Well, we finally found some black mold. Wouldn't be an eBay stream without it. I knew that was too good to be true. I'm like, how is this only $40? And we got a D for tonight. $1,000 D. Japanese Saturn. It's a premium right there. Even Laura's shocked at the price. Now, why would this copy be $1,000 when all the other ones are so cheap? Makes you wonder. Maybe they personally deliver it to you. Hand deliver. Okay, now they're just going crazy. Another one for $1,000. Sega Saturn collection variant. Guess this is sort of like a greatest hits line, I would assume. It's a pretty rare variant. We don't see that often. Splatterhouse 2. Man, I went crazy trying to beat Splatterhouse 2. I tried playing it on the Evercade. That was a huge mistake. My god. I would not recommend trying to play Splatterhouse 2 with an arcade stick. It sounds like a good idea, but trust me, that was... The game is hard enough as it is. But trying to play that game with an arcade stick is not something I'd recommend. At least not on the Evercade Alpha. That was so difficult. It was harder the second time around. It was easier when I played it on the Genesis years ago. The only one that would probably be better on an arcade stick is Splatterhouse 3. Because of the fighting game style moves you gotta do in that game. It's actually not a bad deal. This is an exclusive Bomberman game from Japan. $27 free shipping. It's from the same guy that wants $1,000 for his D. But not bad. If you're a Bomberman fan, this is a pretty good game. I like it because it reminds me of like Bomberman 64. They use 3D arenas. So if you're a fan of like 3D Bomberman games, this one's good. But what makes this one really stand out is the explosions are incredibly chaotic. When things explode in this game, you can kind of see here on the back of the box, there's all kinds of different explosions. So it's not like the bomb just explodes and like goes through pathways. You know how Bomberman, like it'll explode through the paths. This will explode and there'll be like pieces of fire like bouncing all around. Huge like nuclear style explosions. The bomb explosions are super chaotic in this game. Kind of frantic in a way that's hard to keep track of, but that's what makes it fun. This is a pretty, I mean, to get it from the US with free shipping for only $27 is pretty fair. So I'm going to link you this seller. I don't know why some of their game... Why they price some things... Everything they're pricing at $1,000 makes absolutely no sense, but apparently they missed Bomberman. Why are they pricing everything at $1,000? That is so weird. There were a lot of dungeon crawling style Bomberman games. You may be thinking of, well, no, maybe you're not thinking of, but the Bomberman Quest on Game Boy Color is like a Zelda style RPG. But yeah, there were a lot of weird Bomberman games we never got here. Yeah, they're gonna cancel the sale. Sorry, I meant to sell it for $1,000. This one always hurt, the fact that we never got this in the US. Watch and Rotor. This is like a steampunk strategy RPG. Kind of playable without knowing Japanese. You're not doing the translation. Hello, David. Yeah, I still gotta give the Pragmata demo a try. That's definitely a game I want to play the demo of because I'm not sure what I would think of the combat. Uno DX. Makes me miss the Xbox Live Arcade version. I had no idea they had an Uno game like that on the Saturn. Uh-oh. I think I briefly have lost connection to the YouTube chat. Well, I mean, I could still see it over here, but not on my main chat. $1945 1 plus 2 on the PS2. No, not on PS2. Yeah, the closest we got would be 1945 Strikers or whatever on PS1. Alright, it's back. Yeah, I've never played Spore. Never played Spore. Or wait, no, hold on, I take that back. Did I play Spore? No, wait. Man, I'm having a hard time. If I did, boy, it wasn't for a long time, but I do feel like I did play it a little bit. So long ago. Spore was incredibly overhyped up. Probably to its detriment. Honestly, I don't remember Darkspore. Not very much. Papara Payon. What a lovely looking cover. Deadly Tide. I like the name. Is Deadly Tide available on like GOG or Steam or anything? See, I would definitely, if I can buy something like this and know that it would work on my PC using like compatibility or something, I would get something like that. I miss when back of the boxes had stuff like this. Eye-popping, state-of-the-art graphics developed by top Hollywood designers and a powerful musical score immerse you in the pulse-pounding action deep in enemy territory. You don't get any kind of back-of-the-box quotes like that anymore. Bullet points. Yeah, it looks cool. Oh, it's a My Abandonware thing? Okay. What I want from AI translation is not patch translations. I want to be able to take my Japanese games, set up a phone or a tablet in front of my TV, and have the AI translation be clear enough and accurate enough where I can like read the translation on my phone or my iPad. Like instantly as I'm playing the game. That's what I want. Which I'm sure things like that exist now, but they're probably just not quite good enough to do super fast live translation. Like something hands off where I don't have to like click anything. It just kind of like translates on the screen as I'm going. Yeah, incorporate AI into the TV and have it translate over the text on the TV. That would be pretty nice. AR glasses, yeah, that would be cool. AI glasses for sure. That way I can play all my weird, obscure Japanese games that would be a lot easier to play after that. That's pretty cool. Glasses that put words on them for what people are saying. Yeah, see, we need something like that for AI translation. Yes, indeed. Warp, welcome in. Seems like the YouTube algorithm is definitely recommending to stream it to a lot of new people tonight, so that's cool. Just a reminder, if you are new here, I do these eBay streams every weekend, every Saturday. So feel free to subscribe on YouTube if you want to keep up with them. YouTube has been recommending my eBay streams like crazy. My Pokemon stream from the other night, by the way, got like almost 50 new subscribers from that stream, which is pretty unprecedented for YouTube streams. Which would explain why a lot of people keep asking me about Pokemon Leaf Green and when the next stream of that is. We'll see. Maybe tomorrow we'll... Can't make promises. Especially with this freaking daylight savings thing. If I can do it, I gotta do. Because I will have to be up early on Monday. But we'll try and sneak in some Pokemon. You know, it is a really interesting placement how they have these two discs here, and then it kind of like goes up here with the paperwork. Yeah, it's a very nice way to display it. Oh, absolutely, yeah. The nicer your pictures are, the more pictures you have, the way more likely you are to sell something on here. Of course, taking excessive amounts of pictures, not always worth it, but just like, as many as makes sense. How do you know if an eBay seller is legit or not? Usually you just rely on the feedback. If it's a new seller that has almost no feedback and a very generic name, then you got to use a little bit of caution. But the buyer protection is pretty reliable on eBay, so if you got screwed, you get your money back most of the time. Your name displays as English on here now? Oh no. They started translating it for you, Echo? Well, even if somebody has under 95%, it's always worth checking their feedback to see why. Because the way they calculate feedback, it's based on the last year of feedback. So if they only had several feedback for the year and one of them's a negative, that can... And if it's a stupid negative, you know, they're still reliable. But if they have tons of negatives, then be cautious. Yeah, it's really as a seller when you're selling to somebody that has low feedback, that's when it gets a little scary. The buyers are more scary than the sellers. I'd recommend canceling sales, honestly, if you're worried about low feedback buyers. Because they can definitely screw you over. See, we haven't really searched Nintendo yet tonight. Let's check in and see. We saw a little preview earlier. Let's see how much complete in box Super Nintendo games are going for. Sure, this will be fun. Nicest on eBay? Oh, let's be the judge of that. Well, there's a crease there. Pretty clean overall. It may just be the nicest on eBay. Not many better. This person's really fascinated with trying to make sure that they have the cleanest copy on eBay, and you know about it. Wait, what do you mean you found it behind your pillow? I'm not sure what you mean, Caliber. So you shipped an item to him, but then you found it behind your pillow? I'm not sure what you mean. Gorgeous box. Chrono Trigger. Okay, they got the peacock effect going on here. For those unfamiliar, when I say peacock effect, I mean the more spreadage you have with the inserts, the better. Sometimes people flex big time with the inserts. Oh, you found the receipt with the tracking number behind your pillow. That's an interesting place to find a receipt. Oh, it was a $2,000 thing, huh? Oh, I'm glad you found that receipt. Four-line first print Super Mario World? What do they mean by four-line? don't think I'm familiar with what they mean. Guess there's something on here that lets you know it's a first print. What that is, I'm not sure. $190 from our RPG. Surprising that this is still so, in relation to other Super Nintendo RPGs, still so affordable. Because a lot of Super Nintendo RPGs are not under $200. Let's see, what are they? I know it doesn't go for that much, but let's just see what they're selling for. It's like my mic is right in front of my keyboard here. Gotta move it. So they're basing their price off of this person. However, this box seems... The box on manual... Box especially seems really bad. This box here for $190 seems a lot nicer. Here's one for $200. But once again, the box here, I think has a lot more corner wear. A little bit of creasing up here. I guess it's comparable, but I still think it's better than the others. Manual is not terrible. It seems like a very fair price for it. If any of you are interested, let me know. I can link it for you. Well, it is free shipping. I'll link it just in case you want to put it on your wish list and see if you get a... Oh, it's Goodwill, though. They're probably not going to send an offer. But that would also explain why the price is pretty fair, because I wouldn't say that Goodwill would be a very reputable way to gauge the condition and how to price the condition. So maybe they're underpricing it just a little bit. Alright, this link is for the Goodwill store. Good old Mystic Quest, still holding it down as one of the cheapest RPGs on the console. It may actually be the cheapest RPG at this point. There used to be cheaper ones, but I'm pretty sure Mystic Quest may have been like eclipsed by all of them. Wait, what time is it the clock going for? Because for me it's saying 12:01 a.m. right now. Shouldn't it say 1 o'clock right now for me? Unless my clock is not advancing properly. Let's see, what does my watch say? It's still 12. What does it advance at like 3 in the morning or something? 2 a.m.? 2 a.m. to 3 a.m. Not that it really matters. I take it back, Illusion of Gaia. Still the cheapest. It's always been one of the cheapest. Man, I want to play Kirby's Dream Course again sometime. That was an amazing little game. I love that. Seven Saga is definitely more money at this point. That's gone up in price quite a bit over the years, I believe. That used to be one of the cheapest. People have finally realized that 7th Saga is way cooler than they thought it was. Such a unique RPG. Amberg over there trying to hold the kick chat down. Thank you, Amberg. I think Amber just likes to see her name in green. It really stands out. I mean, when you think about it, it's a good way to have your chat message stand out. You just send it on kick and it's like neon green. I love the music in 7th Saga. I love the battle music. Pretty clean copy of Chrono Trigger. For the most part. Yeah, see, that's when it starts... It's like, I'm okay with that on a cheaper game, but if it's an expensive game, it's hard to accept creases like that, you know? But that crease makes the difference between like an extra $100 or $200 probably, so. What I missed the most about Super Nintendo era? Honestly, just the back of the box. Like, having to base your purchases basically off of going into a store and looking at the back of the box. Or a magazine that you read. I really miss those days. The unknown, you know? Just like picking up a game, not really knowing what to expect. We still have not seen a foot tonight. This is really something. I think this is the first eBay stream in a long time where we have not seen someone's old crusty foot in the photo. We'll take a look at sold prices here in a moment just to see what people are actually paying for this stuff. Yeah, or a crotch as well, yes. No crazy crotches. Yeah, Super Nintendo kind of far gone at this point. I don't know how somebody would get into collecting Super Nintendo Complete in Box at this point in time, unless you were really just wanting to hyper focus on certain games or you had a lot of money. It's pretty difficult at this point. But you know, I would still respect the hell out of a very small Super Nintendo collection, even if you only had a few games. If you went out of your way to collect games that meant a lot to you, and your collection was really small, it's still always cool to see what people add to their collection, regardless how many games. Oh, thanks, Chrono. Chrono hooking up Trekkie. with a sub gift. Always very kind. Thank you, Chrono. Trekkie appreciates that, I know. Currently, there's no like official way to do it, Harmonious. But you can just let me know what you want me to search for you. I'll check it out. Like, I pretty much just say people that super chat can ask. That's like a guaranteed way for me to do it. But if I see your chat message, I'll probably search it for you anyway. So just let me know what it is. No, that delisting that we saw a couple weeks ago is still the best delisting we will ever see. I don't think we will ever see somebody selling a copy of D, holding it in their crotch, sideways, so we can see the spine. Like, probably the greatest delisting we've ever seen. Hope somebody clipped it, so we have it forever. On a cross playthrough. I was watching somebody stream it not too long ago, and honestly, it's the closest I've ever come to wanting to stream Chrono Cross again. But man, I just still can't get over the fact that Chrono Cross is 3 party members, one of which is locked, and like 45 characters. Like, that kills me so much. I'm still in the same place I left off at the stream at Bill's house. It's a pretty cute little puzzle game. Pieces from Atlas. Forget if they just published this or if they developed it. I think they just published. I streamed this a long time ago. Jigsaw puzzle game. Kind of cool. It's got like a battle mode. Try and solve the puzzle faster than the other person. Oh, thanks, Echo. Yeah, you didn't have to do that. Appreciate that, though. I just put it like as to remind people if they do a super chat that they can request something if they wanted to. Donkey Kong Country returns on the Switch. That's an interesting request. Let's see. Oh, we got a Donkey Kong. Let's do that. I'm literally taking what you typed and putting it in the search. It's probably best to do that. Whoa. You see that? When I took out the word on, it actually removed 200 results. Huh. See what people are buying it for. Man, that's crazy to me that this still costs $50. This just shows you the staying power of first-party Nintendo games sometimes. That is crazy. So actual selling price though seems to be more around 35 to 40, but that's still so impressive. Barely drops in price. This one was on clearance. Clearance for $42. Sold for $45. They made $3 profit. Not even because of all the fees. People are asking more for it now. I guess it's like finally fully out of print probably. Yeah, that's more than I thought it would be. It's practically as much as Bonanza. sells pretty frequently too. Not sure if this would ever go up in price though. I feel like this is probably a pretty solid future price for the game. For a while, people are asking around 30. I'm trying to think of a reason it would go up to like nearly $45, but I guess it's just Nintendo's probably never shipping any sealed copies anywhere anymore, so it's drying up a little bit. I forgot about Blazion. I kind of like this one from what I remember. Another Alice game. Can't zoom in. Man, you know it's hard out there when even games like SimCity are freaking $55 shipped on Super Nintendo. It's not an easy time out there being a Super Nintendo collector. Why hasn't Duck Hunt ever been ported? Yeah. You feel like Nintendo would have done something with Duck Hunt after, especially putting Duck Hunt Dog in Smash Brothers. Like a prime opportunity to release something exciting for that. Remothered? Yeah, Remothered was okay. Had its moments, the two of them. Both had their ups and downs. They were scary until the encounters got redundant, but like when you first get into those chase scenes in Remothered, they were pretty effective. After a while, they kind of wear thin though. Crimson Desert is a pass for you. Why is that? Does it look too sandboxy? Honestly, I'm getting a little worried about Crimson Desert because I'm looking at that and I'm like, man, this game, I don't know how I'd have time to play that game. It just looks too big, you know? $1,200 for Kirby 3. Goodness gracious. It is the best Kirby game in my opinion. Pretty mint copy. With the plastic wrap. Shipping from Japan is expensive if they're charging for shipping, but a lot of sellers in Japan have free shipping, but they send it very slow. You're still playing Dragon Quest VII. Yeah, it's understandable. Crimson Desert's looking a little crazy ambitious, though. I don't know. I was kind of excited for it until I kept seeing more and more, like, how crazy that game is. Crazy in a good way, but it's like, man, am I really going to have time for Crimson Desert? I don't know. It's a pretty crazy game. I think we found it. I think we have found the cheapest Super Nintendo game complete in the box that has sold recently. Hole-in-one golf. Best offer accepted. They probably went down to like 15. That's kind of cool though that they included a map of the holes. I like that. And this is a HAL Laboratories game. It's got to be pretty good. Never played that. Yeah, the course layout is kind of cool. $400 for Booger Man on Super Nintendo. My God. See, there's 7 Saga. Now it's over $200. Used to be dirt cheap. 7 Saga used to be one of the cheapest Super Nintendo games complete. You can get it for like $40 back then. You can essentially 7 Saga. You would not be surprised to see this lumped in with like sports games, and people wouldn't care. Somebody let Gamester know that Sydney Hunter. We are disappointed that Sydney Hunter is not selling for hundreds of dollars. Yeah, the Sydney Hunter I played was it's the one that they released on PS4. I don't remember what version. I think it's based off the Super Nintendo version. Games that are so rare that they can't get recognizable enough to get a market demand. Exactly. Those are my favorites as well. That's why I tackled Game Boy Color. Well, I mean, I tackled that for a lot of consoles, especially stuff like CDI. Yeah, when something's so rare that so few people know how rare it is because of how rare it is, if that makes sense. Like it's so rare it never comes up for sale, so nobody knows that it's rare. Those are my favorites. There were so many games like that on Game Boy Color when they're complete in box. And also CDI. CDI had a lot of those kind of games back when I was collecting for it. Snorlax, thank you for the 2 months. Darn, too bad I wasn't playing Pokemon Leaf Green. That would have been a good resub. But I hate to inform you, Snorlax will not make my team. It's too good. Snorlax is too good. I do have Warlocked, yes. It's been a very long time since I tried playing that game, though. My thoughts on PlayStation's push for console exclusives? You mean like them not porting their games to PC anymore? I mean, I'm fine with it. I'm a console person before PC. I know it makes the PC people mad, though, because it's like, oh, more people should be able to play the games, which is true. It's like, whatever. But at the end of the day, they're a company that needs to make money, and they want to sell PlayStations. So the way to sell more PlayStations is to make your games console exclusive. I think their biggest problem, though, is the fact that they port a lot of their games to PC way too late. And by the time they port them, most people don't want to play it anymore because the hype has died down, or they already played it on console because they didn't want to wait a year or two. Like, I know everybody these days wants to be all lovey-dovey, like, come on, everybody, kiss and get along, let's put all of our games on every console, PC, Switch, PlayStation. I say, get the hell out of here. Let's bring back the console wars. Let's duke it out. You know, let's get the exclusives. Let's rile up the online crowds. Get some battles going, you know? Like the old days. It's more exciting that way. Because as it is now, it's hard to get excited for a new console when, like, every console almost feels the same. So, like, I want a reason to get excited for needing an Xbox and a PlayStation. Right? And the only way to do that is through exclusives. $200 for Thomas the Tank Engine. It's actually a pretty uncommon one. What the heck? They just randomly started a hype train? I guess that's a setting on Twitch now. I think because a lot of people just chatted at once, so they probably started the hype train. I have no idea. See, this is what I'm talking about right here. They went full peacock and got $800. They even put the receipt in there. Flexing them feathers as far as they could. The OG receipt. Can I see that receipt up close? Target from 1994. It says at Target guest. 1994. Target was a thing in 94? Target store? Yeah, I guess so. That's crazy. All right. Where's the price? $50.97. That's pretty cool. They have the original receipt. Could see why that went for $800. Used to do that a lot. Save the original receipt. What's up, Willie? Yeah, I'm telling you, I love original receipts. I wish I saved a lot of my old receipts. A lot of my receipts, though, they like faded. I don't know if it was just like the printer paper I was getting, but I'd get receipts and then like the ink would just disappear. It would just be a blank receipt after a while. I don't know what was up with that. I wish I had all my old receipts for the games I bought. Some people really like that, by the way. Like, if you go to sell a game and it has the original receipts, it adds to the value. It really does. How'd your gym trip go? Did you have a chance? Yeah, they always fade. Yeah, the Houdini receipts. That's the best way of describing them. Oh, putting them in the wallet, forget about it. If I put my receipts in my wallet, they definitely fade. It's another console that would be interesting to see what things are selling for right now. What's a console you guys want me to look up the price? Like what things are selling for right now? Nice, nice. Yeah, today was leg day for me. I had to skip the calf exercises today because the past couple times I feel like I'm on the verge of injuring my right ankle, so gotta go a little easy. Dreamcast, Game Boy Advance Complete in Box. Everybody's saying something different. The first double dip, the first console I see twice in chat is the one that we'll do. Dreamcast, okay. Yeah, no, yeah, I don't want to push my ankle. So I'm gonna take some days off from that. Because if I hurt my ankle, that means I can't walk on the treadmill, which would be even worse. It's always nice to look at Dreamcast prices because, you know, after you just get done looking at a ton of really expensive Saturn and Super Nintendo games, it makes it sting a lot less when you look at Dreamcast. There's so many cheap games, still. Yeah, my leg day is definitely not as long as upper body day. My upper body day is pretty intense. I usually don't get out of the gym on upper body day in under 2.5, 3 hours. That's my long day. Those are usually the days where I'm not streaming. Leg day is a lot shorter though. Leg day, I do leg press machine, seated leg curl, leg extension machine, glute bridge. I've incorporated glute kickback, hip abductor, hip adductor. And then I was doing standing calf raise, and that's kind of what's... Actually, that didn't screw me up. It's when I tried seated calf raise for the first time, and I think that's what messed me up. And then I try and do like 15 to 20 minutes on the treadmill at the end. No, I'm pretty strategic with how I move around machines. Sometimes I have to wait, but I'm getting good at knowing what machines are high priority. So I know what machines I can wait to jump on, and then what ones I need to like get on the second that they are available. I have it on my watch here. I could tell you the... Oh, I never finished my workout today. Hold on. I never finished today. Hold on. Let me do this right now. Finish workout. I do it on my watch. I keep track of everything, which is very nice. Don't have to touch my phone. All right, let me see. Upper body, full workout. So these are the machines that I will... Sometimes I have to leave a machine or two out if it's just way too busy and I could just never jump on it, or if a certain part of me is feeling too fatigued. But these are the machines that I will do. And I've been doing these for 2 months now. Everything is 3 sets to 12 reps most of the time. Lat pull down machine. These are all machines, so I'm not going to say machine every time. Just assume they are all machines. Lat pull down, MTS lat pull down, seated row, MTS seated row, chin up assisted, chest press, MTS incline press, MTS shoulder press, pec fly, rear delt, preacher curl, tricep extension, bicep curl, tricep press, Bayesian cable curls, tricep rope pull down, which is also Bayesian. Crunch machine, but I don't really do the crunch machine anymore because I found a different ab crunch machine that's better. The MTS abdominal crunch. Abdominal pull, I did injure my back about 2 weeks ago. My back is still injured. So unfortunately, I don't do abdominal pull right now. I think the culprit was torso rotation machine, because apparently that thing makes you rotate a little too far, and I think that's what messed my back up. It's pretty bad right now. MTS abdominal crunch, which is a great machine. And then tricep push down cable straight bar, which was a recent... That's more of a trade-off in case one of the other things isn't available. So yeah. I'm not using heavy, I'm using strong. Because I don't know, I like the watch integration. It's pretty simple, straightforward. Doctors didn't recommend me nothing. Yeah, I just come up with this all myself. I have it in a specific order. The best order to do things in. You want to target the compounds first. But a lot of times, sadly, it takes me a little longer to use certain machines because my left arm is weaker than my left arm right now, so I have to compensate by doing bilateral exercises, so one arm at a time, till that arm fails, and then you go to the right arm and repeat. So it takes a little longer on certain machines because of that. I don't know what the hell a nootropic has never... Herb stuff? No. No, the only thing I take right now is creatine. And I probably wouldn't do anything else. Yeah, honestly, I just came up with... I just looked at the machines that were in the gym and just tried to come up with my own plan, like what machines would make the most sense, without too much redundancy. Yeah, creatine only offers nothing but good benefits, so... I didn't do the loading phase, so it's just been gradual, but I'm about to approach week 4, which would mean by then I'll have, you know... In another week, I'll have pretty much reached all the benefits I can get from it. Hey, thanks, Practical. Really, really appreciate that raid. Hope you had a good stream. I assume you may have been doing something with Pokemon, but I'm not sure. Yeah, it's been a good stream so far. Just got done streaming some Pokemon. What Pokemon were you doing? No, I can't do just an hour. That's just not. I can handle it. Like I'm able to handle these longer days. An hour just feels too, like maybe eventually, right? Like a year from now, but not right now. No, not right now. Oh, that's pretty cool. Okay, so that's what Fire Ash is. So it's like in tune with the anime story. That's pretty neat. I've never done a Pokemon ROM hack. Some really cool ones out there that I've seen. Yeah, we just gotta let them go through their emotions. They've probably got like 20 accounts. You have to turn Butterfree loose? Oh no. That's pretty funny though. It's a cool idea though. I'll have to catch one of your streams of that. That sounds fun. I recommend Silver, by the way, if you feel like you've played every RPG on the Dreamcast. You may not have played Silver. I bring this one up a couple times recently. But it's just a nice little pre-rendered action RPG. Not action, it actually has turn-based elements to it. It's like a weird point-and-click kind of combat system. It's hard to describe. Very different. Port of a PC game. What's up, Retro Gamer? Sounds good, thanks, Uli. And we'll never know what it is. We'll never know. But you guys can see, right? Like Dreamcast, very few games are over $100, and a ton of them are like $30 and under. It's actually, I think Dreamcast is one of the most easy to acquire games, like in a collectible point of view these days. Like good games, like games that you would want to play and add to your collection. There are tons of them, and they're very affordable. You gotta find it. You gotta find it, Chrono. It's a secret. Yeah, I don't think anybody hates the Dreamcast. It's like if you got a Dreamcast, you love that thing. I don't think I've ever met somebody that hated the Dreamcast. $95 for Sega Bass Fishing 2? What the hell? I guess it does look kind of uncommon. Not something you see all the time. Just unaware this was $100. Terrible font they use on the back of this. That's cute though, putting the screenshots in a fish cutout. Creative. What was one of the other ones people wanted to see? Engage, said Tom. Yeah, Dreamcast sadly was ahead of its time. Came out a little too premature battling that PS2. Engage prices are a little sad. Well, I mean sad in a way that I remember what these used to cost. Yeah, Shadow Key and Engage is pretty good. It's a pretty good game. There it is. New game. Because when it comes with the game, it's definitely more than $70. But if you are a hardcore Elder Scrolls fan, I'd say it definitely is worth tracking down an Engage and Shadow King, because it's a pretty legit Elder Scrolls game. It's better than you think. Old and Maniacal. Back with a sub gift. Thank you very much, Maniacal. Thank you very much for gifting out a sub. Wait, a tier 3 subscription? What the hell? I think you may be the first person that has ever gifted a tier 3 subscription on my channel. That is crazy. Well, hopefully it's just Poe. Don't mean to call them out. Hopefully they make use of their several exclusive tier 3 emotes, because we don't see those often. I can't even remember what the... Let me see, hold on. Can I see tier 3? Do they separate that for me? Okay, tier 3, I believe are... Well, this is definitely 2 of them. I don't remember what the heck the other tier 3s are. But thank you, Maniacal. Appreciate it. Tier 3, by the way, on Twitch, the way it works, they essentially count it as like a bonus sub. So like it actually counts as 6 sub points for those that were unaware. They give you like a bonus subscriber point for tier 3. There it is, 220 complete. Somebody paid 180 for just the cart. Should have just paid a little bit more and get it complete. This is a pretty cool N-Gage game. I was actually blown away by this game. Very, the production value is actually pretty high on this. It's like a completely story-driven racing game. Voice acting too, if I remember right. Cutscenes. Glimmerati. It's pretty cool. It's like two different spectrums with N-Gages. There's either really cheap games or very expensive games. But the cheap games tend to always be the same, very common, like early launch games. So, N-Gage not the easiest to collect for. Astron was pretty cool from what I remember for an exclusive first-person shooter. The first-person shooters work better than you would think on the N-Gage. Wow, what a weird combo. Bayonetta and Forza Motorsport 3 dual pack from Japan. What an odd combination. Leave it to Japan. Chrono has joined the cool kids club. Jurassic Park Operation Genesis. That has certainly come down in price a lot over the. I can remember when that game was like $100. Not sure whatever happened. Let's see. What is it going for now? Well, to be fair, it still sells for $75. Sometimes. So their asking price here is actually pretty decent, unless it's not complete. Doesn't say. So if you need a Jurassic Park and you want to gamble that this is actually complete from a zero feedback seller, it's not a terrible lot. I'll link it in case anybody wants to take a chance. Oh, thanks, Chrono. Thank you for hooking up Creed. See that? You said you love Operation Genesis and you got a sub for it. Thank you very much. Appreciate it, Chrono. 9.5 out of 10. I haven't heard too many people that have actually played Operation Genesis. It's a park builder. Oops, I closed the wrong search. I think somebody asked about Game Boy Advance. Ooh, this will be a good remix. I like this song. Jurassic Park Operation Genesis is a massive dedicated community. Is there a PC version or something? Yeah, I would say I used to be really into park builder games. I will say that I've fallen out of playing them a lot these days, but I used to really be into that kind of stuff. Lots of copies of Fire Red and Leaf Green up for sale. Not surprising. It seems like people are expecting even more money for it now that it's out on the Switch. Isn't it funny how that works? Oh, okay. Yeah, if there's a PC version with mods, then I can understand why it's still very popular. Man, I wish I bought Banjo Pilot back in the day. It's too expensive to consider that now. Bears no longer need a bird to fly. I love how they like try and explain the lore. I really miss the days when all these mascot characters would get their own racing games, seriously. I miss the days when just being a mascot platformer meant there was like a 50-50 chance that you were about to get a kart racer to go along with it. Oh, thanks, Jay. Jay with 5 sub-gifts. Very, very generous. I see some good people getting the hook up there. Very useful for VOD watchers, let me tell you. Sub-gifts. Because those ads on Twitch VODs are super annoying. So it's very useful to have if you watch my Twitch VODs. But thank you again, Jay. Appreciate it very much. The Skywalker Saga. Oh, is that the really big Lego Star Wars game? Didn't they call that one Complete Saga? I haven't played a Lego game since Lego Undercover on the Wii U. This is a game I highly recommend, by the way, Godzilla Domination. Really good beat 'em up. This isn't really a fighting game per se, it's just like a very arcadey style beat 'em up game. It's like King of the Monsters, but Godzilla. This person wants $1,500 for Fire Red. I don't know, I thought you guys were saying that the price was going to come down for Fire Red Leaf Green when the Switch version came out. To me, it's looking like people are increasing the price. We'll see what happens. Tringo? I don't think I've ever seen that. Kind of reminds me of the heck is the name of that? Flip Out on Jaguar. Oh my god, I can't believe it's about to be 3 a.m. in an hour because of stupid daylight savings. I kind of hope that Emerald is next. I want a Switch version of Emerald, so I don't gotta buy that game. So please, Nintendo. I'd say Fire Red Leaf Green was pretty successful. I could foresee something like this coming. Not that I'm aware of. I'm not too familiar with Black Ice, White Noise. Alright, let's see if people are actually buying all these Pokemon games. Right? People are listing them, but are they actually buying them right now? Did I play any Pokemon clones? Oh, I'm sure I've definitely played Pokemon clones over the years. Explicit ones that I really liked. I think the one that I really got into the most was Dragon Quest Monsters on Game Boy Color. That was a great one. $400 for Pokemon Sapphire. Gosh, that's one of the ones I sold years and years ago. Not for $400, I'll tell you that. Everybody forgets this was a launch game. This was a day one Game Boy Advance launch game. I kind of regret not getting it when it came out. Crazy Racers. I still think Game Boy Advance era kart racers still hold up. I think they look good. They still look nice. We found our first sale of leaf green for $4.50 2 days ago, a day ago. Maniacal gifting a tier 3 again. God, tier 3 gift sub is just so crazy. Thanks, Maniacal. Cervantes. Probably sleeping and lurking right now. Cervantes is gonna wake up in the morning and be like, why do I have a golden face emote? Thank you so much. Appreciate it. Yeah, you have a good night. Thank you again. Worst Game Boy Advance cover? I think this is probably one of the biggest, like, in a ratio of how bad is the cover to how good is the game. This has to be one of the more extreme examples of that. Because it's actually a very solid, fun, top-down racing game. Carnage. But I don't know what they were thinking when they greenlit that cover. I think it pushed people away from the game, not to buy it. Yeah, it's something. I always wish that we had more box covers on Game Boy Advance that look like this game. With the foil name, and it was like embossed and everything. This was kind of ugly with like the E3 Editor's Choice thing, but I always liked the box of this game. I never got into this. I couldn't get into some people love Sigma Star Saga. I couldn't get into it. It was a combination of like this top-down action RPG mode here, and then you would go into a shoot 'em up mode and kind of like alternate between the two. It was pretty unique. One of the goats right here. I listen to the soundtrack for Iridion 2, pretty often at the gym. It's like the perfect gym soundtrack. I love Iridion 2. It has definitely grown to be one of my favorite Game Boy Advance games. It's just a great, like, look at the graphics. You don't even have to see this in motion to see how cool that looks. It has such an amazing 3D effect, like tunnel effect. Pre-rendered kind of look to it. And the music is amazing. The gameplay is great. The isometric view kind of sets it apart as being a little different. I love it. Way better than the first game. It's really a shame I never got another one. Oh, yeah. And if you see it in motion, like, man, it's crazy. Yeah, there's not a lot of people buying. There's way more Fire Red Leaf Green being listed than being sold right now from the looks of it. Supersonic Warriors. I don't recognize this cover. That's a cool... that's a cool cover. What the hell? Look at that. They do like manga strip style. And then they foil the manga strip backgrounds. That is pretty cool. It's just a straight up fighting game. Yeah, the only Dragon Ball Z game that I would be interested in getting right now is Attack of the Saiyans on DS. But I'm not gonna lie, that box tempts me. This is apparently like a Metal Slug kind of action platformer. I think that's what it was usually compared to. I played it so long ago. Like Gunstar Heroes kind of thing. It's funny too, because the one on the PS2 is also a pretty competent, like Gex-like 3D platformer. Oh yeah, that Asterix game on Game Boy Advance. Yeah, that is a very impressive looking game. I just don't like Asterix. I didn't grow up watching that at all. Like, I have no interest in those characters, unfortunately. A lot of people are buying Emerald, though. I feel like more copies of Emerald and Ruby and Sapphire are selling than Fire Red and Leaf Green right now, from what I'm seeing. Oh, I finally saw a little bit of gameplay for Wario Land 4. Man, this game, it did look really impressive, I have to say. Like, I haven't really looked at gameplay for this in a long time, so I forgot what it looked like, but man. It's like a boss fight or something. Really good looking game. I have not seen the Iron Lung movie, no. I don't really watch Markiplier, so it's like I don't really have a desire to see it. $200 for the Bruce Lee Game Boy Advance game. You know what's funny though? Like, it's all the same games that are selling right now for Game Boy Advance. I'm looking here, it's like it's the same stuff over and over. I don't have Leaf Green. That's why I never played it. Especially with the prices it was going for. Hello, Silverine? Baseball Advance. $28, huh? Just curious to see what this looks like. Oh, wow. That looks way better than I thought it would. It's a cool render of the players. Platinum, I don't think I ever played. I was not really the type of person to play the second iteration of Pokemon games. Hello, Jam. Yeah, I usually don't go this late. but we're going a little overtime tonight. Wow. Somebody got Wario Land 4 for $50 free shipping. That's a deal right there. Because this person paid $170. So that's just for perspective. This is a pretty neat game too. This is actually a shoot 'em up. I don't know anything about Danny Phantom. But if you think you've played all the shoot 'em ups on Game Boy Advance, you may not have played this one. Do they show the back of the box? Yeah. See? It's actually a shoot 'em up style game. I don't remember if it incorporates maybe a little bit of beat 'em up elements in there too. But when there are definitely parts in here where you're flying around. At least I'm pretty, unless there's a second Danny Phantom game, but I'm pretty sure that's the only one. Oh, thank you so much. My stream got recommended to you in November and been watching every Saturday. Well, thank you. Really appreciate that. Thank you, Sneed. Yeah, the YouTube algorithm honestly has been very kind to me lately. I'm thankful for that. It's recommended my streams to a lot of new people. Thank you very much for the super chat. Have I ever played Digital Devil Saga games? Well, thank you, Dulls. So I did play Digital Devil Saga 1 a long time ago. Never finished it. And sadly, I was very excited to play Digital Devil Saga 1. Last year, was it? I do this... Eventually, it will be coming to YouTube for the first time, but essentially I do this thing called the PS2 roulette, where I spin a roulette wheel. Giant roulette wheel with like hundreds of games on it with all my PS2 games, and whatever it lands on is the game I play, and then the viewers are in charge of how long I play the game. It landed on Digital Devil Saga 1, so I was starting a playthrough of it, and I was loving it. It was awesome. Unfortunately, my PS2 at the time was starting to die. So every time I got into a battle, it took about 15 to 20 seconds to load the battle. So I had to call it quits. I couldn't continue to play it. But now that I'm using my fat PS2 again, you know, it'll be fair game, because it should fix the loading at that point. But yeah, I think it's a really cool traditional style RPG. I just really love those RPGs where there's no gimmicks to it, just good music, interesting story, interesting characters, cool graphics, simple turn-based battles, and that's kind of what Digital Devil Saga was. Didn't have all the bells and whistles of other SMT games, and that's kind of why I liked it. Oh, thank you. Ed Quinn. I think that's a new record for the 2 fastest super chats I ever had on YouTube. And thank you for that super chat as well. Have I seen Tomodachi Life for 3DS? I have actually never played Tomodachi Life. I feel like that's one of my biggest things I've missed out on the 3DS. Especially while it was new. So maybe I tried the new one. But we'll have to wait and see what happens with that. Wow, a second copy of Baseball Advance sold? Interesting. Somebody must have featured that in a YouTube video or something. It's just, that doesn't seem like the kind of game where 2 copies would sell that quickly. Nocturne, yeah. Nocturne is a game I gotta give another chance at some point. I played it relatively when it first came out on PS2. A little bit after. Didn't buy it like day one. That game was definitely kicking my ass though. Back then. Hard game. Oh my god. Somebody paid $3,100 to get Emerald and Crystal. Because the boxes are mint. That's just crazy. Like, just think how many people watching this stream right now own these two games, right? If you like Pokemon, you probably have these two games, if you're really, like, into it. Now, your copies may not be in this condition, but still, like, absolutely. Pokemania, boy. Crazy. And just casually, you know, $8,500. The same person definitely just bought the two of these. They just spent $12,000 to get pretty much all the Game Boy Advance, Game Boy Color Pokemon games. Game Boy. Look at that. So if you own mint complete copies of pretty much all the Game Boy, Game Boy Advance, Game Boy Color Pokemon games, somebody would be willing to pay you $12,000. And you know the wildest thing, if there is a game series where somebody were to own like all of the games in the series, I feel like Pokemon is a very likely contender for that, right? Because people that like Pokemon, they buy all the Pokemon games. They really do. And a lot of people are very nostalgic for them. They don't get rid of their copies, typically. So a lot of people probably have that sitting in their collection right now. And you know the craziest part? They won't sell it because Pokemon just means that much. Selling your childhood copy of a Pokemon game, it's hard. Believe me, I got rid of some of my Pokemon games. It was not an easy choice. My god. I think this is the most super chats I ever had on a YouTube stream. Thank you, Jam. Really appreciate it. Modern third-party games on PS5. Modern third-party games on PS5 or Switch 2 if available there. Wait, hold on. I'm not sure what you're asking. Are you asking, do we get third-party games on PS5 and Switch 2? Like physical copies? I'm not sure what you mean. If you want to try and rephrase that. Yeah, unfortunately, I forgot to prepare affiliate. I was trying to take care of certain things before the stream, and I completely forgot to prepare the affiliate. Long story short, there was going to be a sponsored segment tonight, and I went to go download the game. I had the download, but it kept giving me like a download error. So I had to cancel the whole thing. So that kind of distracted me. Delayed me by like a half an hour. Oh, if the same game on both consoles, which one? Oh, okay, I see what you mean. PS5. Just because PS5 is my it is my multi-platform console of choice. Just because I always have it hooked up, ready to go. I always have my Ethernet plugged into it. I have one Ethernet plug, so like I have to choose what console I want it to be plugged into. So I just always keep it plugged into my PS5. And generally the performance, even though the Switch 2 is leaps and bounds better than Switch 1, it will just look better on a PS5. And if I really wanted to play something handheld, I could just play it on my PlayStation Portal. But that looks pretty bad. That does not look like a good racing game. I mean, I won't say what it is quite yet, just in case I'm able to get it again, but, you know, just your typical. It was nothing crazy. It's one of those, like, strategy games that looked alright. Yeah, Switch 2 for me, I pretty much just buy exclusives. If it's a third-party game, I will buy it on PlayStation. Wait, you're lying on the floor, Amberg? What the heck am I missing here? Oh, time travel. Okay. Have I played Cuphead? I beat Cuphead on stream. Yeah, and I will never stream Cuphead ever again. That's a one and done. You ain't getting rising blood pressure out of me a second time. Great game. But that is definitely a... like, I need 2 decades before I try playing that game again. I always forget this is on here. I always forget about the weird little Sega ports that ended up on Game Boy Advance. I just really like the cover of this game. It's just, the composition and the color is really cool. Space Channel 5. I played Puppeteer when it came out. I wasn't in the Puppeteer as much as I thought I would be. I'm going to be honest with you. I haven't played it since it released. So I would have to revisit it. I'm sure I'd actually like it a lot more now than I did back then. I don't remember what my problems were with it. Like, I liked it, but I didn't love it. Here's another Pokemon auction. Buy it now. It doesn't even have Crystal, and it went for $11,000. Wow. Yeah, I mean, I would personally, if I had all these Pokemon games still, and they were not childhood copies, I'd sell this in a heartbeat. $11,000. Like, yes, I'll take it. If I have no sentimental attachment to these copies, childhood copies would be different. That they'd be gone in a heartbeat. Did I finish Puppeteer? Probably. Yeah, I mean, I don't remember, but I probably did. I haven't played it since it came out on original release date, so. The 2 new... You mean Evercade? I don't know if I've seen what the latest ones were supposed to be. They've been releasing a lot of new announcements for it. I haven't been keeping up. It's been a little bit since I bought an Evercade game. $90 for Herbs Sims in the City. Definitely has a cult following. I hated the PS2 version of this. Not fun. They're so repetitive. The Game Boy Advance one's probably a lot better if I had to guess. Wasn't expecting to hear a Final Fantasy XI remix. Medal of Honor Infiltrator, super cool game, by the way. It's just the kind of game that you would pass up on, right? You would just look at this and I don't know. I feel like most people would pass right over it, but it's actually a very good top-down isometric. I don't know what the best comparison would be. I haven't played too many kind of games like this, so it's hard to compare. It's hard to draw a comparison. was gonna say, like, it's not really like cannon fodder. You have direct control over the character, so it really is like just a full-on top-down action game. It's pretty good. It's better than you would think. Well, at least you appreciate the music. 11 has like one of the best Final Fantasy soundtracks out there. Yeah, I miss the different console ports being different games. It was always so cool to see like the technical limitations of certain consoles versus other ones, forcing them to develop a completely different game. I don't really get that anymore. Doom, yeah, the Doom games super impressive on Game Boy. All the first-person shooters are pretty impressive. Reign of Apocalypse. I'm not sure I'm familiar with this X-Men game. I'm not sure I've ever looked at this one. Oh wow. It actually looks pretty good. This is a fighting game? What, is it a beat 'em up? Beat 'em up. Looks pretty good. Have any of you played this? Hello, computer, pistache. PS2 Roulette will be back once I have a chance to sit down and reorganize all my PS2 stuff, which is gonna take a bit, and then I gotta update the cards. It's coming. Like it's gonna be something that it's gonna take me a few days to do off stream. Probably once I finish Leaf, like that's why I'm really trying not to get distracted by modern games right now. Like, do I really want to get involved with Pacopia right now? Probably not. So like, once I finish the couple of things that I'm working on stream at the moment, I feel like we're gonna get close to it. Because once I start it, I don't plan on stopping for a while. So I need to make sure that I'm ready to like not stream literally anything else for months on end. So yeah, it'll be a big commitment. But there's a lot of prep because I've got to go through and check all my discs. I don't want discs that are scratched up and don't read anymore. Like, that was very annoying. So I've got to check all my discs. I got to double check and make sure that I'm gonna have to scrap the whole list and start from scratch. Like, I'm gonna have to rewrite the entire wheel from scratch. Like, delete all the games that were on there and just start over. One game at a time. That will take a very long time. But I just want to make sure the list is pure so that way I need to reorganize so everything to my right are all of my PS2 games. I don't want to have to be like getting up and searching through bins to find what I need to play next. Like, and I need to alphabetize it, so it's gonna be just more streamlined to find what I need to play. I have no idea what I'd be doing, Rosewater. I'd probably still juggle games. I'd probably play a lot more longer games, though. It just wouldn't work on stream. Because I know people would lose attention with them. Look how much cheaper R-Type 3 is on Game Boy Advance compared to Super Nintendo. I forgot all about the Game Boy Advance port. Cool cover. Seeing these prices make you want to collect for Game Boy Advance. I wish you luck. It's getting pretty bad for Game Boy Advance. Unless you like Star Wars games. 25 bucks. Alright. It is definitely time to probably get ready to end the stream here. I usually, normally I'm like in bed at this point. And daylight savings is gonna, man, it's gonna mess me up. As I'm sure it will many of you. But thank you everybody for hanging out tonight. If you're new here, especially on the YouTube side, Twitch side, whatever, feel free to follow or subscribe. I do my eBay streams every Saturday. We just kind of hang out and do this every weekend. A lot of people look forward to it. Just kind of something to do and hang out and chill. Chat games. This week, like I said, I'm still going to be very busy with Grand Jury Duty. It is my final week of Grand Jury Duty. So I will finally have more time to stream. And more energy, especially. I want to try and get in another stream of Leaf Green soon. If I can, I will try and do it tomorrow. No promises, though. I know a lot of people are looking forward to that continuing. For those that don't know, I'm doing a Misfit Pokemon playthrough where I'm not using my starter. I've benched Bulbasaur. I'm using only weird low tier Pokemon for the playthrough, so it's been kind of fun. Not using any of the big ones, you know, none of the super strong ones. Trying to think if there's anything else. Hopefully this week I'll have time to sit down and finally make that video I've been needing to make for YouTube. I'm definitely falling behind on YouTube videos for sure, but don't worry, that'll be fixed soon. Just been very pressed for time lately. Anyway, thank you everybody for hanging out, and I'll see you all very soon. Thank you again for all the super chats and sub gifts and everything. It was a very, very awesome stream. I appreciate that very much.